Hello, everybody. This is Casey here to do spiritual talk this week. I hope everybody had an awesome week. Okay, let me get this ringing turned off. Come on, there we go. Okay, let's get some cards shuffled to give energy for the next week. Running a little slow tonight. I had a bunch of things come up. Things always come up just before it's time to come online. Hey, Mel, how are you, Kate? How are you, hon? Been wondering about you. How you doing, hon? Energy for the next week. Jano, how are you? How I know I was reading about Mardi Gras and I was thinking about you. Did you have fun? Did you have a ball? You deserve it. Changing weather, I'll bet you anything. Jano, you brought home so many beads and masks. That is so awesome. I'm glad you got to do that. You're just missing all the wonderful little snowstorms here. Did you go have any card readings while you were down there? I heard there's lots of awesome readers down there. How fun is that? Did you learn anything good? Did you find any good readers? You got a voodoo doll and some tarot cards. Woohoo! I have a book I need to review. It's Voodoo for Beginners. And I'm always telling everybody, if you don't know about something or you have a little fear about something, learn about it. So I need to read that. I'm doing another one, Spirituality for Beginners too. They're just some quick little books to if you go to NetGalley and sign up, sometimes they send you books and stuff to review. So you're in Minnesota. I'm in Colorado. So you're even colder than we are, Jano. I didn't realize you were in Minnesota. Poor little Tinky walks out 2 feet in the deck, says, "Oh, it's too cold for my little feet." Does her thing and comes right back in. It's supposed to be nice over the weekend, so we should melt some of this snow. Yeah. Okay. Energy for the next week. You're in the JoJo's in the tub. That's funny. The tub. Did you get any ideas or solutions, Em, with your readings? JoJo's in the tub. Okay, energy for the week. Oh, what's going on here? Something sudden, something shocking, something unexpected. Something's being shaken up for the universe in order to move us forward, it looks like. I think we all need to be shaken up a little bit in order to move forward, it looks like. Okay, because I have the Tower. Okay. He did give you some money. Yeah. Jack. So yeah, something sudden, something shocking, something unexpected. Maybe something coming up that'll shake us all a little bit, but we're still in this funk from clearing out the energy from last year. I think we'll be in that funk until the end of April before things will really start shifting and changing. Hey, Jack. How come JoJo could see you before I did? Oh, JoJo the original monkey. What did you post, Jack? Okay, but this is the universe shaking things up in order to bring in something that we've asked for. Okay, but there's lots of possibilities. Okay, something very grounded, stable, mature. Lots and lots of possibilities. Okay, are we going to be open to it? I do show there may be some messages coming in. Now, this little sword has two little bluebirds on it. I don't know if you can see them. There's two little bluebirds on the sword. So I'm thinking that there may be some communication or information or something that's coming in through all these shifts and changes that's going to make a lot of sense. A lot of people are going to have to evaluate which direction they want to go in. Just remember, the universe opens up all pathways for you. You have to choose the best one for you, right? But are you open and receptive to it? Okay? Are you open and receptive? Because I have the Four of Pentacles. This person is closed off. He's holding his cards close to his chest. He's covering his heart, his emotions, his feelings, holding on to his prosperity and abundance. Yeah. So are you open to receiving? The thing is, be open to receiving, okay? Because there's forward movement here. The Wheel of Fortune, there's lots of forward movement coming in. Things are shifting, things are changing. The energy is just shifting, moving forward. Keep looking, keep exploring. Don't shut down, okay, at this point in time. A hot tea and the salt bath. Yeah. How are you doing tonight, Jack? You should come on and talk, Jack. You have so much information. So one of the things, ladies, that I want to talk about, we're working a little bit on relationships. Okay? What did you learn from your last relationships? It's 420. You're funny, Jack. If I didn't have younger kids, I wouldn't know what 420 was. Oh my goodness. Or even Tiffany. Tiffany posts that stuff all the time on Facebook now. So, everybody, what did you learn from all your past relationships? Tinky, there's food upstairs. You can go upstairs and eat, baby. I put food up there for you. You're okay. She goes, so it's what is, okay, and another thing we'll ask tonight is, what drew you to, what characteristics drew you to those people? Be alone and travel. No, what I'm asking you, Em, what did you learn from the person? What did you learn from the relationship between you two? Be alone and travel. Girl, I still want to go to Scotland and Iceland and Greece and yeah. What did you learn from the actual relationship? Don't overgive. Pay attention to receptivity. Yep. Also, arch for people who are actually on a spiritual. Yeah, reach for people that are actually on a. I'm ready. I'm ready, Em. I still want to get in my car and take off and go through several states too and camp out. Yeah. But the problem with so many people on the spiritual path is they still fall into judgment. You know, I still catch myself falling into judgment. And it's like, okay, how can I reframe this, you know? Yeah, I want to get in the car. I want to take off north. I want to go up through South Dakota, North Dakota, and Minnesota, go along the Canadian border over to the East Coast, and then come down the East Coast and work my way back. DEA changed federal law. Products that are dealt at HTSC are now a Class 1 controlled substance. Major. What the hell? When did they do this, Jack? You're going to have to explain the Delta 8. Yeah. If you like camping, we could take off and do a few states, honey. Go pick it up, hon. February 13th? What the hell? So explain Delta 8. Explain Delta 8, hon. Okay, instead of they want to work on the let me put it this way. They need to get the old farts out of Congress. Because they still have the old mentality that marijuana is a gateway drug. Marijuana is really, really bad. You know, if they started putting a little federal tax on everything, that could help the budget out of balance, you know. What is Delta 8 THT? Let me look. Delta 8, also known as Delta 8 THC, is a psychoactive substance found in the cannabis sativa plant, of which marijuana. What else does it say? Of which marijuana and hemp are two varieties. Delta 8 THC is one of over 100 cannabinoids produced naturally by the cannabis plant, but is not found in significant amounts in the cannabis plant. As a result, concentrated amounts of Delta 8 THC are typically manufactured from hemp-derived, in other words, CBD. They have not been evaluated or approved by FDA. They've received adverse event reports involving Delta 8. They had, between December 1st, 2020 and February 28th, 2022, they had 104 adverse events reported. 77% involved adults, 8% involved pediatric patients, less than 18 years old, 15% did not report age. 55 required intervention. Yeah, and it was in gummies and brownies, it looks like. It was not limited to hallucinations, vomiting, tremor, anxiety, dizziness, confusion of loss of consciousness. Well, I could see that then. Oh my God. And there may potentially be harmful chemicals used to create that. Well, see, and I've been talking about this for a long time. The founding fathers were not stupid. They created the Convention of States. What we have to do is go down and sit in these chambers and bitch at all the local Congress, our legislative people. Term limits, okay? Same Social Security as us, same medical insurance that we have, you know? Yeah, I'll bet they were juiced, yep. And yeah, term limits, yeah. You know, it's they put term limits on the president, right? But look at all these old fogies in Congress now. They're still stuck. Okay, wasn't going to go into politics. I was ticked this week. I'm telling you, since they started the war on women with the abortions. Okay, some of the senators were talking about taking the women's voting rights away. They're trying to pass laws in Iowa kicking out the child labor laws. They want children down to 13, 14 years old to be able to work hard jobs like in meat packing plants. I don't know why I'm having trouble talking tonight. Where they can work in the meat packing plants and hard jobs like that, and the company will not be responsible if they get hurt. Okay, that's taken us back $100 years. I know, Jack. Let me rant this real quick. You know, and there was another state that was pulling something else also. It's like, what the hell? They're taking us back 100 years on stuff. So it's like, what else is possible here? You know? It's just driving me nuts. My sons think I don't know anything, but I've seen a whole different government than what they've seen. 200 years. Yeah. Yeah. Yep. So, back to relationships. What did you learn from your past relationships? What attracted you to those people? We kind of talked about this a little bit with Austin last Friday night. And Austin did notice a pattern there. But those are the two things we'll talk about tonight. You guys got anything else you want to talk about tonight? Now that I've kind of went on my rant a little bit. But it's yeah. So make a list. I had this relationship. What did I learn from that one? Well, with my first relationship, I learned I don't have to put up with that abuse, but I didn't get high enough on that scale of moving up that ladder to where I was not wise enough not to get into another abusive relationship. He was better than my dad and my first husband, but he probably traumatized me the worst because the universe opened up this chasm to where I saw the hell that he was going through. That's hard to see somebody else's hell. Okay, not just basic. I want you to list characteristics, JoJo. Looks, sex, familiarity. Right, but what characteristics did she make you smile? Did she make you laugh? Lurkers? Do we have lurkers? I don't think so. Silent lurkers. 5 people. So Jack and JoJo. Jano, are you still here? M left. So there is probably a couple lurkers. You're right, Jack. M will probably be back. So I'm asking everybody also to see Star and her mom as whole and complete and healthy. Lord have mercy, baby. Here, baby has here blue jeans on. Similar interests, yeah, sense of humor, common interest, okay. But what did you learn from that relationship also? What characteristics? From going with the relationship with my mom and dad to where I was not supposed to be seen or heard, I went into a relationship with somebody that paid attention to me. And I just happened to end up with another narcissist. My dad was a narcissist. He was a narcissist. Don't write hot checks in Mississippi. Did you do that, Jack? But I know I know the main lesson one of the main lessons I came in to learn was to be able to stand on my own 2 feet and see my own value and be a spiritual teacher. JoJo asked last week, I think it was JoJo, wasn't it? If I had $1 million, what would I do? I said, I'd still be having spiritual chat. Oh. Some of my interests weren't so good for me. Some of my jokes sucked, and some of the foods we liked were actually bad for me as well. And I'm sure his parents were too. Yeah. Yeah, so I never knew my grandpa, but I know that my dad came home one day from school and his dad was beating the heck out of my grandma, and he packed her up and moved her out here to Colorado. They were living in Iowa, Council Bluffs, Iowa. He was a very, very strict Baptist. And my grandmother was raised as a Mormon. And when she used to come and pick me up, she used to have the pastor from her church come and pick me up to take me to church. She was taking me to a Baptist church. Never did resonate from that church, but I used to walk down the street to a Presbyterian church. Learned a hell of a lot of things there. Less alcohol and drugs. Yeah. Yeah. So, and when you bring it up, Jano, are you not the bad guy? We tried to bring awareness to abuse and alcoholism and everything, and you're the bad guy. You're not supposed to talk about the family secrets, you know? How many years were there, you know, sexual abuse between a father and their kids because those were secrets. You ignored it. You didn't say anything. You know, things like that has come down through families too, you know. My dad never hit my mom, but there was emotional, mental, psychological, financial abuse. But he used to beat me with the belt. Exactly, Jojo. Yeah. Silence as a kid. You're not to be seen or heard, right? Not to be seen or heard. So first husband, like I said, he paid attention to me. Nobody paid attention to me. He gave me something I was missing: attention, love. If I knew, if I knew to listen to my dog and cat back then, I would have known not to marry that man. My dog and cat hated him. We had a big old gray tomcat that every time he came over, that cat he had green eyes. He used to sit on my lap and glare at him. And the dog would sit next to me too and try to get between us. So I said, if my dog don't like somebody, I won't even go out with them. Exactly. Yep, proper families never discuss such things. Just ignored. I was a burden my folks didn't want. I was wanted as a baby and toddler. After that, I was just left alone. See, my mom said when she was pregnant with me, she told my sister, I don't know why I'm having this baby. I don't want any more kids. And I'm too old to have another kid. Of course, my sisters were already 13 and 15 and a half when I was born. You know? And she was raised, my grandpa had a gravelly old voice that I just could not understand ever. I just totally ignored him because I could never understand anything he was saying to me. And my mom used to take me to see him all the time, but I was not to be seen or heard. And then when he did, I would just be playing, doing my own thing, or sitting there. My mom drugged me everywhere, but I had to sit there and be a good girl, you know. And when he would talk to me, I couldn't even understand him to know what he's saying. So, you know, she would interpret what he was saying. But, you know, the attitude came from him. Kids are not to be seen or heard, you know. Yeah. Yeah, I pretty much grew up on my own. I remember, yeah, because he didn't know what to do. He wasn't around when my sisters were they were growing up. He was in World War II, and then he finished he finished at the Colorado Schools of Mine. He was an engineer, and he worked for the government. So he used to walk the hills making maps. So he was gone a lot of the time. Well, he decided that he wanted to have one more kid, and he wanted to be here to help raise it. So he went to work back there was Denver Metro Transit, the bus company. He started as a diesel mechanic, but he ended up working nights. So he still was not around because he was sleeping all day. Yep, latch, kid, key. Yeah, I used to go home by myself. But the school was across the street. The house was here, and then half a block down was the junior high, and down past that was the elementary school. My mom died when I was 11, so that was between grade school and junior high, you know. But with his best friend. Yeah. I was so depressed after my mom died. My dad, I was trying to watch my niece. She was a baby, and she was fussing and crying, and my sister and my dad were trying to plan the funeral, and I put out a record, and I was kind of going back and forth with her. My dad come out and started screaming at me, "Let's not celebrate your mother's death." That was devastating for me. That was devastating. I was only 11 years old. I had seen one of my grandma and grandpa had died just a few months before. So like within a 8-month period, I lost my grandpa, my mom's dad, my grandma, which was my dad's mom, and then my mom. So there wasn't anybody around, My sister lived down the street, but she had the baby, and they never had time for me. In fact, my friend Sherry, see, even in with her, I was quiet, I was shy. In fact, when we did a camping trip about 5 years ago, we were talking. They said we never knew what the hell was going on. One of the girls goes, "Well, I came to pick you up one time, and your dad made me stand there out on the porch and just glared at us because we never knew what you were going through. You were so quiet, you never said anything." And Sherry was the bubbly little personality that took all my boyfriends away from me. But the thing, there's also a pattern in there. My mom died when I was 11. Her mom died when she was 11. And her mom died when she was 11. And they all died of uterine cancer. And I said, I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to do that. Funny how one little choice that we make, even as a child, can shift things, It's going to be depressing tonight. Okay, for some reason today, I think I'm supposed to talk about this. Sometimes, okay, I'm sure that I saw things as a child because I remember being scared. I used to sleep with the blankets over my head summer and winter because I was scared. Okay. And we block things when we tap into that fear of things, Your grandfather died yeah. And you know what, Jack? Star seeds usually have something traumatic that happens in their lives around 11. Yeah. Jack, did you also feel like you didn't belong here? Like you still feel like you don't belong here? That's one of the signs of being a star seed too. Yeah. So, and I was thinking about this today. I have total trust in the universe. I second guess myself. Okay, and for I don't know why this came up, but you guys might have heard me talk about this before. My kids were going to a party one night, and I got up that morning and I kept seeing flashes of somebody being shot. And I said, this is just weird. This is just weird, okay? But I kept getting flashes all day long. And I finally said, okay, I'm going to put my kids into your hands and ask for extra protection for them. Instead of buying into the fear, I had the faith and put my children into God's hands and ask for extra protection. And but I was seeing my son being shot. This was my oldest son. I put my most precious possessions into God's hands and had that total faith and trust that he was going to protect them. I didn't buy into the fear. I didn't freak out and tell them they couldn't go. I just surrendered to the whole situation and released it. Well, at 1:30 in the morning, my daughter broke into the room and saying one of their friends had been shot. Some kid drove up from North Glen, Colorado to Denver, and they were just driving around joyriding, and he wanted to know what it was like to experience shooting somebody. He shot 4 kids at that party that night. One of them was at the corner store on the phone talking to his mentor. He eventually ended up in a experimental lung machine, and he panicked and he died. But I think that was meant to be because he shifted so many lives. So many of those kids changed their lives because Tex was a good guy. He was a sweet guy. Everybody loved him. He didn't deserve what happened to him. So many people just totally switched their whole lives, got out of gangs, everything, because that was just the last straw, you know? Yeah. Your dad, aunt, uncle, and paternal grandmother all died within 2 years. Yeah. Yeah, because my grandfather, my dad's dad, died before I was born. And my mom's mom died when she was 11. But then it was October was my grandpa, January was my grandma, and then July was my mom. That was it. Everybody was gone, you know. So there was nobody around to help with me. I was pretty much alone. I became a bookworm. I stayed home from school once for 30 whole days, and the school finally called my dad at work and asked why I was out of school. They wanted to send me in to talk to a psychiatrist, and he said, no, she just lost her mom. Probably would have made a huge difference. He didn't want to pay for the appointments. He was all set to send me to a drawing school until he found out it was going to be $600. This is way back when. That was a lot of money for him. He backed off after that. He didn't want to send me to school. I wasn't. And another thing was that he set the president for was he never bought me anything that I wanted. He only bought me what he wanted for me. I had no choices in anything. Only one aunt left. Yeah. Is she in Minnesota too, Jano? So, I can look back. My grandma was very loving, caring with me. She wanted to leave me her piano when she died. There was such a ruckus when she died, such a war between my dad and his brother that my dad told him to stick the piano, and I was crying because my grandma had promised me the piano and they weren't going to let me have it. And yeah, yeah. So it's like I had no value. Anything I wanted or said or anything didn't mean anything, and ended up in those type of relationships now. And I can kind of see somebody I know that is going through that. She's upset because she's ill and she's used to taking care of everybody. And so we kind of talked about it a little bit, and her daughter told her, well, you're so used to giving, you need to learn to receive. And she says, I'm letting you take care of me. But the thing is, she's going to have to learn to value herself. That's the thing. She's put so much value on taking care of everybody else that she hasn't taken care of herself. Yeah. But I have to say, I went from the fire into the frying pan with first husband, and went out of the frying pan back into the fire with second husband. I haven't had a relationship since, except with myself, my kids, and myself. And I'm okay alone. And we talked with Austin, and I told him, work on who are you? What are your triggers? My kids get upset and say, well, you let people walk all over you. And it's like, for one thing, pick your battles. For another, things that they're pulling on me is a reflection of who they are. Why am I going to react to who they are? They're the ones making a mess. Why am I going to expend all this energy on their drama? Yeah. Yep. 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 She's got to learn to receive. And this is a major, major lesson for her because she's really, really sick right now. And I feel like she can turn it around if she just, starts verbalizing it. And she's still writing lists about things that everybody needs done to take care of them and stuff, instead of saying, well, she just sit down and start writing down some of the things she needed. So that was a little bit of a win there too. So yeah. But see, and a lot of women that have cancer, it's because that exact reason they're denying their divine feminine. They're giving and giving and giving, and they're not giving anything to themselves or acknowledging their value or who they are. And it's not good. And I watched a video today on, Olivia Newton-John came down with breast cancer also back in 92. Well, she just died last year from breast cancer. And then I watched a video today of her and Dolly Parton. They did a duet of Jolene. Absolutely beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. If you get a chance, listen to it. And her husband was saying, she knew that her voice was a gift, and she tried to give back all the time to people, But again, trying to give to people rather than giving to and valuing yourself, you know? We get stuck in that trap. Hi, Aisel, how are you? I haven't seen you for a while. You could come on and talk. We're kind of talking about relationships a little. I don't know why I got on this tangent. So, what have you learned from all your relationships in the past? And what attracted you to those people? Jack found it? Yes. Yes. And I love Miley Cyrus's new song, Flowers. You know, I could buy myself flowers. I can dance with myself. And very empowering song. That's what we all need. That's so funny. I'm trying to clean the energy on my cards. And they're all paired up. High Priestess, the King of Swords, the Queen of Swords, they were all paired up together. I am getting better and better every day in every way. It's just, it's kind of funny because this time I just kind of quit worrying about how to get better. I'm just trusting the process, trusting the universe, and knowing that I am getting better. And things have shifted again. Maybe a few months, but I'll be off the oxygen again. I know when we went into the Akashic Records last time, when everybody else was looking at some books of their life, I was amending contract. They took me to 2 levels up and showed me a contract. I read it and signed it, and I think it has something to do with health also. How are you doing, Lance? Boy, we got some people coming back from the past. You guys are welcome to come on and talk. Jojo's going through his beauty ritual and then he'll be on. How have you been, Lance? Aisel just says I'm okay. Aisel, you're only okay? Aren't you wonderful? Aren't you experiencing wonderful things in your life? What grand and glorious adventure can we create with the universe together? You know? We're kind of talking about relationships. First thing is, what have you learned from all your past relationships? Ask your wife this too. Okay? What has she learned from all her past relationships? What did she learn from each one? We've learned something from all our relationships. And one of my major lessons was to learn to value myself. Oh, I was listening to that war song yesterday, Jack. I was listening to that song yesterday, Spilled Wine. Yeah, we can't overgive. There has to be some receptivity. Some receptivity. And I think that's part of some other things. I think that's part of what's gone wrong with my health problems is because when you give and give and give and give and you're not receiving anything in return, it drains all your energy. So if you start catching yourself getting sick, then take some time to step back and yeah, reframe what you're doing. Yeah, we need time to regroup. That's why I kind of backed off on readings so much for a while. I was getting ready to go back and do readings again in November when I ended up back on the oxygen again. So, yeah. Spill the wine, love that girl. A long haired leaping gnome. Yeah. I like their song Summertime. Summertime. And, oh, what's the other one? Oh, I can't think of it now. Spill the wine, Summertime, and the one about the pollution. What's the name of it? Hi, Maloney Benefield. You know, the readings never really, I didn't feel like they were draining me because I could do readings for hours and not be drained. But I think to some extent it was draining me more than I was aware of. But the thing was, I was giving, giving, and giving free readings all the time and not receiving anything in return. A shaman, if you go to them for healing, you usually gave them a chicken or something in exchange. If there's not kind of an exchange, then you're draining your energy like crazy. Yeah, there has to be a balance. Mulaney, are you new here, hon? Oh, Mulaney's your wife. Oh, yeah. Welcome, hon. So I told your husband to ask you, if you look back at your past relationships, what did you learn from your past relationships? Think about that. What did you learn from each relationship you had in the past? And what were the characteristics that drew you to those people? Whether it's family members, past love relationships, whatever. We learn something from every relationship that we have. But if we take the time to sit down and this is kind of a process of know thyself, because if you know who you are, what attracts you, what repels you, uh, it's all internal process, okay? I know, I know. I think it's awesome that they're doing this at the same time. I think it's awesome. And what attracted you to those people? Yeah. I think that's awesome that they could do that together. A good discussion about relationships draws a couple in. Coincidence? No such thing as a coincidence. So when I talk about know yourself, if you know what your triggers are, if you know what your shadow is, if you know what your likes are, your dislikes, the things that you don't like about yourself, then nobody can trigger you. Okay, just remember that when a lot of times when people accuse you of something or say you do this or that or something, it's usually a reflection of what they are, of what they're doing, a reflection of the person they are. And sometimes just knowing, okay, this is who I am. I know I don't like this. I know I don't like that. And part of the shadow side is places where you do not honor yourself. Okay? It's because we're the yin yang, we're the light and the dark, right? We need to honor both parts of ourselves. And if we know what the dark side is along with the light side, you know, then nobody should be able to trigger us. We should be able to stand in our own power. You seriously dislike squash? What kind of squash, Jack? You don't like spaghetti squash? But the thing is, the more you know who you are, a lot. Okay, so let me ask you this, Lance. Who are you? What's your likes? What's your dislikes? What's the first thing you can say that you like about yourself? You and your wife both tell me that. What, Jack, you too. What do you like about yourself? Jay, no, you too. What do you like about yourself? I'm always attracted to spiritual women, spiritual beings. Okay, that's outside of yourself. Abomination squash is a genetic freak. Okay, that's okay. You're always attracted to spiritual women, yeah, because that's who you are. The creator is what I like within me. Yeah, exactly. So what else can you tell me you like about you? You too, Jack. Jano. You too, Mulaney. What do you like about yourself? You like evolving. Exactly. Exactly. But one of the points I want to get across is we are already whole and complete. We are everything. I like that I'm fabulous without being too pretentious. I like understanding. Yeah. Yeah. We are already whole and complete. We are made in the image of God. We can manifest anything, and we are everything. You're insightful. Yes. And genuinely caring. Yes. 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 What do you allow yourself to be? What are some of the ways that you judge yourself? Okay. Where are you hard on yourself? I'm an eternal student. I am always, always seeking. So I understand what you mean, Jack. I'm always learning to understand what I've learned. Like you always say, if I've learned anything, it's that I don't know anything. There's so much to learn. But we are all in everything. We're all in everything. Hey Jojo.
Hola.
We have the ability to be anything. So there are no parts of yourself that you should be pushing away because it comes down to choice. Okay? Okay, like Debbie Ford talks about in her book, The Dark Side of the Light Chasers. One of her teachers when she was standing up talking, one of her teachers turned around, points at her, and says, "You're a bitch." And she goes, "Oh, how did she know?" For one thing, she was claiming it. She was judging herself. But her teacher says, "Okay, let me put it this way. If you paid a contractor $40,000 to remodel your kitchen and it's been a few months and they haven't started remodeling your kitchen yet, is it not time to pull the bitch out and do something? Sometimes it's appropriate to pull that shadow side out in order to get things done."
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
Sometimes you got to be a butthole. Uh, okay. I heard what you were saying earlier, and you're talking about us going and how can I put this? Okay, we're talking about past relationships and what you've learned from them, and what could you learn about the situation? And basically, overall, one of the things you're trying to do to heal is learn things about yourself, trying to discover yourself, what triggers you, what's happening, what's going on. What is happening with little JoJo on the inside, right?
Mm-hmm.
And he is just adorable. And one of the things I figured out through this entire process is that when we go back, like we're sitting here discussing these subjects now,
Yeah.
but and I hear you talking about the things that you went through as a kid and a young lady, and you know this. Here's one of the main things that I learned is that it's real easy to speak into existence the fact that you feel like a victim about things. I found myself doing that a lot. Like I said, my parents, they had me. I was absolutely drop dead gorgeous as a baby and a small child. And now again as an adult. There were some questionable years in the teenage arena, but we'll get over that. But after everything that I've been through, it was important for me to learn about those situations, to go back and see. And like I said, what attracted me to those people was, uh, their looks, sex, common interests, common sense of humor, similar hobbies, different foods that we like, things like that.
Yeah.
Spending time with someone. If you're going to spend time with someone, especially for a Gemini to spend time with you, they've got to like you. They've got to want to be there. And I can say this from the Gemini standpoint. If a Gemini shows you attention or is spending time with you, they actually want to be there. Because if they don't, they are gone. Oh, I will straight up cut somebody off. Bye. See, bye, Felicia. I am gone. And so, in realizing and going through all this myself, one of the things that I had to figure out was, okay, you have to review everything to heal, right?
Mhm.
And even though we're having a discussion about it this evening, it's very important not to rehash that as though you're a victim of it, because I found myself doing this.
Yeah. Well, but see, this is one of the things that I had an issue with is, and I even asked one of my teachers is, where is the fine line where it's telling it as a story, as a teaching tool, and claiming it?
Well, and here's uh, there's a fine line there. There really is, and it's kind of a grade line as well. And it's hard to know when you've crossed into that, because the way I look at it is I try to count my triumphs. Things I learned about myself.
How far?
How far I've come, what I've overcome, and I've been through some terrible, terrible things, absolutely horrific stuff that most people in a standard first world country are never going to understand. First world country, modern setting, anyway. And but that doesn't make me better than anybody else. It doesn't make me, more of a victim than anybody else. It doesn't make me, a martyr. And so I try to look at it from that standpoint. You know, I could sit here and tell you all the horror stories of stuff that I've been through and the times I've got backstabbed or the times that I, backstabbed people. You know, I wasn't perfect myself. It's not like I was, some heinous, criminal or heart killer or something, just wandering around, broke her heart, woo, and then just run off like an evil villain. But I'm not gonna sit here and tell you that I'm completely innocent. I mean, I've thrown down a couple of Legos on the floor just to know that somebody else is gonna have foot pain from it. I've done that,
Mhm.
and I laughed hysterically, and still laugh hysterically when I think about it, uh, because it's funny. Because humor is all about other people's pain. Mel Brooks said that there's a fine line between comedy and tragedy. If I get a paper cut on my finger, that's a tragedy. It hurts. It's getting a little infected. It's red. It bothers me when I go to pick up my cup of coffee. It's a pain in the ass and the finger. Pain in the butt. Sorry, YouTube. Your rules are stupid. Thanks. Um, but so that paper cut is an absolute tragedy, right? But if somebody else walks in the room, slips on a banana peel, accidentally falls down, cracks her head, and dies, that's the funniest thing I've ever seen. So
Mhm.
comedy is all about, and I know that's not actually funny, but
Yeah.
still jokes are around that. And the reason things are funny is because we can relate to somebody's pain, right? Um, and comedians use that all the time. But it's important to note that as you go back through and you learn things and you look at your relationships, that you're not going back over it and waving this flag of, oh, look what I've been through. It's all tough and da. It fits on that. I've been through a lot of stuff. I survived it all. I learned about myself. And now we're looking at from this moment forward. Everything has to happen right now. It's what I was telling Austin last week. Everything you do is today. You learn from your past today. You plan for your future today, even though the future is not here yet. The
Mhm.
past is gone. There's nothing you can do about it. And so everything you're doing is right now, right now. And it's important to know that you are not defined by what happened to you or what was done to you. You might be able to learn something from that, but that doesn't define who you are as a person.
Right.
And so it's important to learn the lessons and
Mhm.
maybe discuss it, but it's also important to put that crap down and figure out what we're going to do tomorrow. What happens when we win that lottery? Oh, that's right. The jackpot's coming to you. And if it's not coming to you, then I've got some major tarot decks that are going to be put out and use those silky smooth pipes to tell the world about all the good and fine products that they can buy. Everything's got to happen with a sense of gusto. You've got to be able to you, you, you've got to be able to take the good with it. You can't just let the things that happened in your past define you. And as you tell people about things, I mean, it's okay to talk about it,
Yeah.
you need to talk about it like it's a merit badge. If you had a sash with a bunch of badges on them, you
Mhm.
could point at that badge, like they have in Boy Scouts, and go, "Oh, well, see, that's that time that I, rappelled down the side of a mountain. That's the time I stayed
I
outside."
paint this, and this is what I learned.
Yeah, exactly. And this is the badge that I got from it, and it's why we mark those occasions. But it's very important that when you learn those things, you're not using them as some sort of crutch to get sympathy or whatever. Well, listen here, Boo Boo. You are other people been through stuff too. You're not alone. You're not a martyr. Everybody's been through bad stuff. Sorry it happened to you. Now we see you've healed. You've gone through it. You've learned your lesson. Now stand back up, dust yourself off. You know, Jack Wolf, put on your big girl panties and get out there on that pole again. We want to see Jack Wolf out there flossing, making it happen. You know what I'm saying? And if he starts doing a strip tease and flossing, then JoJo is gonna find a way to be there. And I might not make it rain, but I'll definitely make it sprinkle. And just throw a bunch of nickels at him.
So one of the reasons I made myself a victim because my mother told me, she gave me a screwed up version of karma and how God was sitting in the clouds writing everything I was doing, saying, and I was going to pay for everything I did. So I was always scared to do anything to hurt anybody. So I made myself a victim because I would not defend myself. I'd let people walk all over me because, and I always tried to make things right and stuff. And most of the time,
Right. And see, my mom kind of did the same thing, and it's a two-pronged attack too, because I know there's this one thing my mother used to say to me all the time that I absolutely hated, which was, boy, you need to act like you've got sense, even if you have to fake it. I don't have to fake knowing that I don't like this. I don't have to fake knowing that, no, I don't have to agree with you. I don't have to agree with this. I don't have to, it's like you were saying earlier about how you never got to choose things when you were a kid, that the toys that were bought for you were the toys that someone else wanted for you. I was kind of victim of the same thing. And I worked, I worked at the marina, I cut grass, did all kinds of fun stuff and earned money. And so I could buy my own stuff. And then when my dad left, he ended up, back then in the state of Alabama, you couldn't have a banking account unless you were 19. So when he left, he took all of this money that I'd earned because he didn't have enough money. So he had to go pay deposits for a new apartment and all this stuff. And, it stopped me from doing what I wanted to do, which was bike racing and playing the keyboards and playing different musical instruments and things like that. And now I look back at that and I'm like, you know what? I'm a grown adult. Now, I have the freestyle bike of my choice.
Mhm.
Now I have musical instruments, much to the sadness and noise pollution from my neighbors. But still, I can get the toys that I want.
Mhm.
And so as I heal those things and put those things behind and realize that, okay, well, some of it was me and I had to worry about abandonment and blah, 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 blah. I also had to realize what was them, what was being projected onto me by other people, what's my energy and what's other people's energy. And then as you go through life, I mean, sometimes we go through tragic events that it's not really anybody's fault. It's just an accident or whatever. But all of the stuff and the bad experiences if you've gone through, you can learn a lot about yourself from them, but it's important not to be a martyr to them. What happened to you or how you felt or blah, 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 blah does not define who you are
Exactly.
now. And so while it's one thing to discuss it, to learn how to do that shadow work and how to do that inner excavation, get inside the Grinch version of JoJo and make his heart grow 3 sizes.
Well, that's why I stressed you, everybody, you always have choice. You don't like something that's happening.
Right. And you don't have to.
Yeah, look at Jack. He posted, who does it belong to? Good for you, Jack. Thank you.
But it's very important not to victim, play the victim, because that's a very slippery slope. I found myself doing this when I first started doing shadow work and when I first, got on my path. Because when you first get on your path, you realize that there is a ton of shadow work to do.
Yeah.
You haven't done it and you didn't know how to do it, so it's not really your fault. But there you discover that there's a massive amount of cleanup to do when you first start cleaning up. And as you go through it, it gets easier. It becomes something that you'll do on a regular. Like now, if I get triggered, or if I get angry, or if I get sad, I try to sit down, look at the situation, and I'll write this stuff out. Then again, I'm spoiled. I sit at home and draw goofy cartoons and make funny voices all day. So it's easy for me to just stop the world and sit down and write that stuff. But
Yeah.
uh, it's like I said, it's very important not to play the victim and all of that.
Yeah.
I could sit here and tell you that, oh, this happened to me and that happened to me and that happened to me. Or I can tell you that, yeah, I overcame that, and that. And look at what I'm doing now. And guess what's going to happen tomorrow?
So one of the things that was a hard lesson for me is for years, one of my first husband's family told me, "Oh well, this such and such person quit hanging out with you because you said this and that, right?" I ran into her a few years later and I said, "I'm sorry if I ever did anything to offend you ever." She goes, "Oh no, honey, you never did anything wrong. They treated you so bad. I couldn't stand to hang out with you and watch them do that to you anymore." I said, "Whoa, I've been beating myself up for years over something somebody told me that I had done, thinking I had offended this person and it was something totally different." So I had to reevaluate things and really look at that. Okay, I'm putting stock into what somebody else is telling me, and when I know that I never did anything wrong to hurt anybody.
I had something very similar happen with my aunt. She, after my mother passed away, it took a little while, but we sat down and we talked, and you know, I kind of had the same thing with her. It was, I'm sorry if I was, a hellion child or whatever. And she was like, no, you, you were a little bit wild, but at the same time, you can't. Yeah, well, she's always said I did a really good job of raising myself. And since I was there, I mean, because I don't know, well, my parents did their thing, and after I wasn't a cute little toddler anymore, around about 1980, 81, I was just a pain. I was a problem for everybody. And so I had my little key. I went to school, came home, did my homework, did my chores, rode my bike, rode my skateboard, did my own thing. And it was that way all the way up, through high school. Um, and then had to scramble to get into college. And, there were a lot of things that happened back then. And I could sit here and point back and, point fingers at it. I don't know. To this day, I don't know what my parents were thinking. All I know is that they were very self-focused with their agendas. And so I don't know if they were awake or not. I don't know, you know, I don't know that they ever woke up. Some people aren't meant to.
But well, that's what I tell people also. We're like the sometimes we're like the holodeck on Star Trek. You know,
Yeah.
where you go in and you play out all these different scenarios and stuff. Sometimes people are there just to be, just to play out a part of the play that we need to act out, and some people are actually participating in it.
Right.
Have you ever looked in somebody's eyes and there's nothing there?
Oh yeah. And it
This was just one of the supporting actors.
and that would be so nice to have a holodeck where you could go in and you could revisit certain situations so that you could take a really good look and truly try to truly understand the other person. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because if you could understand that other perspective, there'd be so many things that would make sense to you, and it would be so much easier to be able to tell, was this my insecurity or something that I was feeling that was out of place, or was it actually this person's problem? You know what I mean?
That's still another trap.
It is, but but mainly because we don't have the time for it. Man, if I had unlimited time, unlimited funds, and a holodeck, y'all never see me again. I'd be gone. But still, when I look back at everything, it's important for me to say, yes, I went through that, that, and that, and I've learned lessons from that, that, and that. And I'll never stop healing. There'll always be something that triggers me or angers me or whatever. Whoever is listening to this, I can give you hope that once you get over the squeeze of
Yeah.
it, the
Yeah.
bulk of cleaning it out, you begin to look, it becomes habit. Like now, if something angers me or triggers me or makes me sad or anxious or whatever, I'm conscious of it. I'm very conscious of my emotions, and so I pay attention to what's making me feel that way. Why is it doing this? Why do I feel this way? I'll actively, you know, look at it. It's like actively looking at yourself in the mirror and going, why are you feeling this way? And so you deal with it as it goes. But at the same time, you got to pour in just as much good as you do working with the bad. You know, um, and it's I saw this wonderful little video the other day, and
Honest with yourself.
yeah, it was about it was this lady that had a glass of water, and she had a glass sitting in front of her, and she took a picture and she filled the glass with water, and she said everything in this glass, the clear water, is all the good stuff. It's all the awesome that you're going to get out of life. And then she took a big spoonful of dirt and said, okay, now this is the crap. This is the bad stuff. And she just dumped it in that glass of water and stirred it up and muddied it up. So now the water in the glass is all muddy and dirty, right? And she said, now I can take this spoon and I can sit here and I can dig out these chunks of dirt and mud and whatnot. And I can take it and pick it up and I can scoop it out one by one. And as I do that, as I'm scooping up that dirt and that, getting the gook out of there and tossing it to the side, sometimes there's big chunks and we got to get them out of there, sure. But it throws out the good with it. It throws out that good water that's still clean, even though it's mixed with, dirt and crap. So the way to solve that is to pour more good into it. And she took the pitcher and just refilled the glass because it's down to, half full, but it's still muddy water or whatever. When she took the pitcher with the good in it and poured it into the glass, all of a sudden she can make that cup overflow and all the mud and the guck and the dirt, goes running over the sides. And there's still a little gunk, there's still a little dirt in there, but not nearly as much as what was in there. And so it's important to keep filling in with the good. Just keep putting the good in. Don't it is important to take your lessons and what you've learned from past relationships or past experiences and childhood traumas and blah 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 blah. I can't tell you what kind of magic went into making the mighty JoJo. I can tell you that it's still here. And now that other stuff has been looked at, I'm not perfect. I'm never going to be perfect, and I'm always going to be healing. But at the same time, I'm going to keep pouring in that good. Don't so just I just wanted to state that it's important not to play a victim by continuously listing all of the bad things that you're going through or that you've been through.
Yeah.
At some point in time, you got to get rid of that and go, all right, well, today, what we're going to do is we're going to warm up some chicken blubber. I've got a helmet. There's a unicycle sitting over there, and there's 3 midgets in a small car sitting off out in the street. Now, we rented some monkeys, and what we're going to do is, and then, go with that good, go with whatever the new is. Take all of those lessons and whatever, push them off to the side for a second and go play, go have fun. Color something, paint something, dance, sing, watch a comedian, turn, disrupt well, within reason, disrupt a meeting at work by telling, some fantastical joke, or turn it, make it weird. Do Just be yourself and do something fun. Because the more joy, the more happiness, the more gratitude, and the more wonder that you bring into this life, the more you play, the better you feel. And it's important to always keep sight of that, and
Yes.
not constantly be the person who went through all of this, and that person did this to me, and that person cheated on me, and mom did this, and dad did this, and blah 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 blah. Well, it's great. They did those things. Guess what? It's over now.
And
Let
what did you learn?
let's go fire a potato gun and see how long it takes for the police to show up, just to see what they say. Let's run for Congress and make sure that Delta 8 is legal for everybody. Freaking morons. Um, you know, it, start a grassroots campaign to make sure that we're not, having a complete political system that only has two major parties in it, considering we're a country of what, 350, 60 million, and there's only two political parties that ever make any real progress. Come on, people, we can do better. But seriously, take a, watch, go, quit watching tarot on YouTube, or, whatever, for a few minutes. Watch a comedian, watch something funny, watch Cats. Go see the antics of animals. Go for a walk. Go play. Go, you know,
Hey, Joe.
yeah.
Hey,
Hey, what's going on, brother?
it's interesting. I walk in, right? It's talking about multiple political parties, and that's what I did for 20,
Yeah.
2019, 2020.
Joe, I'm surprised you still have a liver, my friend.
I actually ran Andrew Yang's campaign.
Well,
In case you didn't know who that is.
yeah, I do. But you see the problem and all that, and I know politics came up earlier because Jack was talking about the fact that the federal government has now. What did they do, Jack? They changed it so that Delta 8 is now a class 1 controlled substance.
Yep.
I mean, come on, man. Why don't we go back to the days when y'all have heard about the rule of thumb? You know what the rule of thumb is, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Back when men could beat their women or their wives as long as it was with a stick no bigger than their thumb. That's what the rule of thumb is.
I saw a picture that was from the early 1900s. There was 4 men standing there, and there was 4 women in front of them on their knees, asking their husbands for forgiveness for everything they had done to upset them during the year. I said, "Oh, hell no."
Well, it's one thing if you want to do that voluntarily just to be a sweet partner, but if you're that kind of partner and you're with someone that you cherish that much, chances are that they're going to cherish you just as much, that you wouldn't ever, 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 ever have to do that. Love is patient, love is kind, love is.
And I do think there's been a major shift around a lot of men, because how many men are now doing more things with their partners, being more involved with their kids, all these.
Exactly. And now, well, luckily now life has turned to more of an experience based thing. People are, they don't want presents, they want experiences, which is great for relationships. Because if you get a good, happy, modern relationship, you don't have to worry about, you go through a modern life, and at first you start out and you have to worry about safe sex, and then you start worrying about safe words, and then the safe words go to the way of safety equipment. Let's get some helmets in here and make sure that we're we're going to survive this, but that kind of exploration, that kind of partner, it's a very sacred spiritual thing. And once you know that and you're living that way, you'll never have to run into that. I just wanted to point that out though. From everything that I was hearing earlier while I was drying off and moisturizing and turning myself into the, you know, gorgeous Adonis that of a man child that I'm meant to be. Uh, I just wanted to that was one thing that you were talking about that I definitely wanted to state on was it's very important not to fall into that trap because I caught myself doing it when I first started healing and doing all that spiritual work and doing the shadow work. And it was overwhelming how much stuff there really was. So
Okay, somebody's trying to come on. Yo, that's crazy. That was not what I wanted to see.
so you got a bot or a troll trying to show up actually on the show and in chat.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Well, there's a vetting process, people.
Yes.
AKA if Casey doesn't know you.
William Moore, that was not nice. Can somebody block him?
Bye, Bill. Get a life, my man.
Yeah, that was not.
And the block.
Let me find it. How was the interview today, Joe?
We'll see. It's kind of hard to say.
What are you interviewing for? What are you going for, my man?
I work as a contractor for a financial organization, and I interviewed for a much higher position, not contracting, but actually being in the organization.
Well, there you go. Well, I wish you the best of luck. You seem like a competent young man with skills and ambition, so I'm sure they noticed that too.
Sometimes that can not be a good thing, depending.
Well,
that's the problem. See, we're talking about gender norms and stuff like that. This is interesting because I can just go off of this topic. Because a lot of people will see and they'll immediately just go down that rabbit hole. So in the corporate world, I have a lot of people because I'm young that either think they're either threatened by me or they think I want to take their job.
Yeah.
Or they're scared by me.
Or that you've got a lack of experience and actually can't do the job. Now, I'm sure you've got, a track record and a resume that disputes that. But that kind of corporate nonsense, exactly what you're talking about. I left I was an art director up until 2008. And, I was making a lot of money for other people. And that was it. I'd had it and decided, nope, I'm not gonna sit here and continue to line these other people's pockets while they use my artwork and my talent. And so I broke out on my own, and I've worked, luckily, knock on wood, on my own ever since. And breaking those rules and being free range, as it were, or freelance is quite the blessing. Luckily, there's not many people that do what I do anymore.
Yeah, I saved about $10 million worth of business today with my last call I made.
There you go.
So
as if you're doing that, then they should have no problem bumping you right up on that.
I don't care.
Ladder.
They don't have the consciousness and awareness to see that. I just care about the other people I work with. So if we lose this company, they're our top provider. The whole call center that is here in Colorado will close off of this one provider. It would take 10% of the business of this major company, which if I told you where I work for, you would recognize their symbol, but it would take away the call center here in Colorado, just like
Yeah.
that.
Well, just remember, if you can't protect those people that way, if it ever comes down to that situation, then at some point in time, you need to figure out how to go at your own route and make things happen yourself.
Oh,
Build your own family. And I can see it in your eyes. I know you got a master plan hiding back in there somewhere.
So when I moved here to Colorado, I moved everything in my Honda Civic, my 2002 Honda Civic. And this is before I even met Casey. I knew 2 people when I moved here.
Yeah.
Packed everything up, blind faith. Casey remembers me in 2015. I was an interesting cat. Yeah, look at I can see the eyes in there. She like wants to comment about how I was, and
he's grown a lot.
I still remember my first tarot meetup. That's a crazy thing. That's where I initially met Casey. I think we met in we met in 2015.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
I'm in a weird stage now just because I've been on this journey for about 2 years, and the universe, when you level up, when you wake up, the universe kind of clears the decks, if you will. And so I've had this huge mass exodus of people out of my life, which is fine. I mean, I'm good on my own. I'm doing my thing, and I've got my soul fam. I've got Miss Casey and people online or whatever. And it's just me and the cat here, and so, I've got no siblings, no kids, no, I've got an aunt and an uncle left, but basically no family to, be responsible for. And I look around and I'm like, wow, I'm single, I'm free. I've got no real serious responsibilities. I'm free to do anything that I want. And so now I feel like I'm in planning stages. I mean, I've been working on art for Tarot Deck and doing things. So I've got plans, but they're not there yet. And it's one of those things that's just going to take that divine timing, little bit of drudgery waiting, but still.
How close are you to getting the first deck then?
That, it's going to be a while because they're illustrated, and I've got.
You're not making it a pip deck, are you? Please tell me you're not making a pip deck. For all that is righteous in the universe, do not make it a pip deck.
No.
A pip deck?
Yeah.
That's like the Hocus Pocus thing that Ashley got. It's where all the minors are like 1, 2, 3, and they're all like written on the bottom, but there's no like individualized artwork with it.
No, I'm painting every single card. I definitely didn't want to go that way with it.
That's like when you said yesterday to Ash, you're like, this is gonna be a good deck for you. I'm like, oh. I had a breath. I'm like, ooh.
But you know what? I look at it this way. She's gonna have to learn to listen to her intuition with that deck.
Oh, of course.
Yeah. And after I got into it, sometimes decks like that can be they can be very telling because they almost force your intuition, because there's no image there. But being an artist and a graphic artist, I lean more towards the artistic side of it. So every one of those lower arcana, the
minors,
the 5 of pentacles is not going to be just 5 pentagrams. You know what I mean? There's going to be art that goes along that explains exactly the emotion that goes behind it. And that's why it's taken me so long. Besides life that pops up, which it always does, there's so much emotion and so much of the story that needs to be told. Because a tarot deck, when you look at it, it is a story. I mean, you've got your major arcana going from the Fool to the World, But
Yeah.
then all the court cards and then everything, and in the minors, there's a story behind every single one of those cards. There's a set of emotions and
Like,
feelings that go with it.
Do
like
you do you remember, Casey, what tarot deck I was going to create that everybody gave me crap for?
I remember you talking about it, but I don't remember. Oh, wasn't it the cannabis deck or something?
Huh?
Wasn't it a cannabis deck?
Yes, I was going to create a marijuana tarot deck.
You should.
So I was gonna
several of
have
them.
like the tower card be somebody being arrested. I was gonna have like the fool be some 18-year-old kid lighting up for the first time.
Yeah.
I had like vivid plans for everything, and
Why didn't you ever make it?
oh god, because I have no artistic flair at all.
Well, I mean, you can find people to make. I tell you what, you get in touch with Miss Casey. We'll figure out how to hook up, and I'll help you out with the artistic side of it. Right now, I wouldn't be able to do anything on it. I'm doing 3 major decks right now. One is an illustrated deck, one is a painted deck, and the other one is well, it's loosely based off of the designs of Frank Lloyd Wright. So, and that one will be more like the decks you were talking about, where there's no artwork. It's just just the symbol or whatever. This will be a little bit more in depth, but it still follows along the same lines. Because the cool thing I find about those, I've got one downstairs that is like that. It's very geometric, and the symbols and shapes that are on it are very, very minimal. And what I find interesting is when I read with those decks, you follow more of the feeling of your intuition about what the card is itself. And now I like to read, based off that and what the art on the card says. But I always find it to be a good exercise to practice intuition by using those decks that are very minimalist,
I think that Ashley would like the Light Seer deck. You don't like that one either? Oh my God,
Did you see my look on my face here? Did you see the look on my face there?
I think she would like that deck.
Let me remind myself of that deck here.
The Lightseers is a good deck. I mean, that's it really is. It's got some
Oh no. Okay, I'm thinking of something else. The Lightseer.
I think she'd like that.
I think she would like the artwork on it. I think we'd have to get like the thing about the Hocus Pocus one that she got is like it needs to be broken in. Like it's very sticky and it needs her energy attached to it.
Now, the Lightseers has probably got my favorite death card because it does have that face that has a window into something else, but it's also a reflection, and so it's just visually it's a really good interpretation of what the death card is.
I mean, it's very Morgan Greer in its concept. Like its art style to me feels very Morgan Greer, but it's like a newer version of it.
Yeah. Well, really that comes down to the style and the flair of the artist doing it.
Yeah.
And let me wave my defensive flag there, Joe.
But
you've got to treat each deck as, especially with the art that it was intended with, from the artist. I know the way I'm doing my deck is I've designed and crafted each image based on the emotion of the card and my interpretation of it. But I try to art is nothing but communication and vibration anyway.
It's interesting because we were talking about a lot of we were talking about gender crap and politics, and one of the things is we don't have a lot of masculine tarot decks. I think that would be a cool concept as well.
All right. Well,
Like a
you will probably appreciate the painted deck that I'm coming out with because it's very. I wouldn't really say masculine.
Casey.
Put it this way, it doesn't pull any punches. That's for sure. I mean, it's if something bad comes out in those cards, you're gonna know it.
Well, I say that anyway because I don't do reversals, but that's just my personal preference. But if the universe wants you to know something, you know it. I did a reading for somebody that Joe even knows, and and I was reading for her, and what was coming out of my mouth was, "What are you doing? You have to make some choices because you're being beaten down and beaten down and beaten down." And my mind is thinking, "Where's this coming from? Why am I saying this? My mouth is moving on its own." And one of the other gals is in the background just about fainting off her chair. And she goes, "Oh my God, that's truth. She needs to hear this. She needs to hear this." And she messaged me later and told me thank you. She needed to hear that. So,
well, you and I both. I mean, like, how many times have we been reading, or back when we used to do Denver Tarot Meetup, and man, there are times where I would piss people off to the point of leaving, and then they would come back a month later.
I never did Denver Tarot with you. I only did Parker and Castle Rock.
Well, but I'm just saying, like, there'd be times where I would go and I'd piss people off and they would literally leave. And then I'd see them like 2 or 3 months later. And then they'd be like, yeah. So that reading you gave me, blah, blah, blah.
It's hard for some people to hear. It really is. I mean, because I don't think that people understand sometimes when they go, they're asking questions about their life, and people don't want to hear the truth sometimes.
The other thing people use.
How many times have I done reading for somebody and then I see them on another channel asking the exact same question?
Oh my God, that pisses me off.
Yeah, because they're not listening. They're not allowing. That's not what they wanted to hear.
Yeah. Well, and there's also I noticed Judy said in the chat, she said one thing I would like to know is the meaning of reverse. That if you're dealing with reversals can be tough because reversals can have, hey Alban, welcome. Reversals can either be the opposite meaning of the card in the upright, or they can be an exacerbated meaning of the card in the upright.
Agreed.
And that part of that depends on, like, if you go through the books that are going along with the decks, usually the artist will give you the intention of the card in reverse. I know I've been plotting and planning the same thing with my decks, as I'm taking notes and saving it just for that purpose, to be able to explain, okay, well, in the upright, the card means this. And the only way it's different compared to standard tarot is blah, 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 because of this. And in reverse, it could mean this or this. And the way that I've tried to word those descriptions of it is to give the reader, or give the tarot reader options there, because I honestly feel that that's the reader's job, to use their intuition and use their.
A book is the worst thing that was ever created for tarot.
Well, it is, and it isn't.
Oh yes, it is the worst thing ever included with a tarot deck.
Well, it gives you a basic meaning, but you're still gonna
because it takes away intuition. And it puts people on the, well, every time I see the death card, it means X, and it takes away intuition.
I like it because it gives you a bit of the personality of the deck.
I mean, I can see it for that. And like, for example, I have the Game of Thrones tarot, and there's a
Yeah,
backstory
so
to a
do I.
card. If there's backstory and you understand the card, I'm okay with it. But we need to get past the crap where all we're teaching is this is what it means
Right.
based off of what the card is. That
Yeah, and
there's
see,
no
that's
intuition in that.
exactly, and that's what I'm trying to do with the descriptions that I'll have of my decks is to be able to put these ideas out there that okay, in standard tarot, traditionally it means da 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 da. In my card, there are different art, references in there that you need to pull from with your intuition, and in reverse, you need to do the same because it can mean again the reverse of the card or an exacerbation of what the upright card means, and so the way I've tried to word it and set it up is to let the reader know that just because you pulled the Seven of Swords, it doesn't always mean, oh, there's a liar. It could mean somebody's, defensive. It could mean this. It could mean that. And you have
Could
to
mean
pull.
creativity.
Yeah.
Okay, like I did a reading for a guy one time, and I said, I don't feel like this is somebody lying and cheating. I said, I feel like this is somebody walking away from a situation, leaving something behind. He goes, yep, my kids. And I broke down and cried.
Yeah.
You know,
Depending on those cards and depending on who you're reading for and what those energies are, you're going to have to pull from that. There is no clear set definition for each card. It's going to mean something different for every read, and it's going to mean something different based on the cards that surround it and what they mean. So every little situation is different there, and that I've tried to. I meditate and I pull those images and I've crafted those images in my mind before I even start sketching to make the artwork for it. But it's one of the things I try to express to the readers is that this is my display, my artwork of the emotions represented overall by this card, and it's your job to interpret the meaning of this card when you're doing a read, and it's my express intent to make sure that every reader that would get a hold of my deck would know that I'm simply here to put a visual stamp of my interpretation of the emotion on that card, and it's your job to ask questions, to know what you're reading for, to really feel the energy that you're pulling when you read those cards.
Well, the other thing too is you have to if you're going to be a reader and you're going to actually put the energy into doing tarot, you need to realize that your energy needs to be you need to be connected, meditated. You need to be like in an even keel before you read. So one of my favorite things that makes me chuckle is I don't know why, I just randomly will flip through and there's TikTok, there's people doing tarot, and it's some of the funniest crap I've ever seen because none of them are grounded, and they're just sitting there, they're just picking cards on here and they're just answering questions.
One card
and they,
in a row,
and they're just not a whim in the world. They're just going at it, and I'm just sitting there and I'm like, oh my, you have 50 people here and you're just picking a card and you're just saying what you think it is. Good luck if you're watching that, because you don't know who the heck you're talking to.
Well, the one thing I'll find that if you get a reader that's reading for a bunch of different people, I will say that the universe has a way of getting messages through even readers that aren't talented. But it comes across right. If
you're grounded and you're doing it from the right purpose, if you are doing tarot
right and with the
from
right
a
intentions,
capitalistic approach, and there are people that Casey and I have known over the years that are very capitalistic, And whenever they do a reading, I might as well have my dog pick out a tarot card for me,
Right.
because it would be more accurate than these professional readers, because they have
Right.
so much of an ego attached to what they do, and they define themselves by it, but they don't realize that it's not them being a reader, it's God allowing them to be a conduit to interpret messages to help people out.
Right.
When
And in general reads, that actually worked. I mean,
Casey
I
looks
hear
like
what
she's
you're
about
saying.
to explode.
when Amy and I used to do readings, the synchronicities between the cards we pulled were just too coincidental for them to be an accident. It's like her and I were always on the same page with everything that we ever did. And she's up in Alaska now. But yeah.
So, you, I don't know. You remember when I told you the Charles Cox story? You remember when I told you that story, Casey?
I don't remember.
Oh, there's a group in Denver where a bunch of people are meeting around in a circle, and it's to teach you how your spiritual gifts. So you go and you give messages to other people in the room. And I had me and another person that Casey and I used to be friends with. He's now in Tennessee. His name is Sam. But we used to go to this group together, and there would be 25, 30 people in this group, and there'd be 2 readers in the room. And the guy who was running this wasn't one of the readers. It was just Sam and I, and that was it. And we just go bouncing forth, and we just pick a spot, and we'd just be synchronistic with each other. So we just go giving messages. And the funny thing is whenever people would attempt to give one of us a message, it would be the craziest scenario. Like, I had one person tell me I was going to move to Massachusetts. I had another person tell me I was going to be allergic to ice cream. I don't know where the hell that came out as a message. Someone told Sam that his dog was going to get hit by a car, and he owned a cat. Just really weird. But it's just because people they don't do the spiritual work. You got to be even keel, and you have to be connected.
You do, but you
Being
also,
able to view from a higher watch to be able to do stuff like that.
and like you said, it's good to be grounded, because I've seen this up close and personal. Readers that will read, and then subconsciously, because, like, say they're doing a general reading for a sign, right? They're doing a general reading for Aquarius. Well, then they've got strong Aquarius in their chart, and it's like subconsciously they see the reads, and sometimes those cards can split you off into different directions, depending on the meanings of the cards or how they're laid out, especially for a general read. Well, part of the group could be experiencing this, and then part of the group could be experiencing this over here, all from the exact same card spread that what's pulled, right? And I've seen readers sidestep certain storylines, and maybe they're doing it unintentionally, but it's like so it's always good for readers to, like you said, to be grounded, to have a certain level of detachment from what they're reading.
So a good example of that is, one of my favorites is a guy by the name of Nicholas Ashbaugh, and he's a good reader, but before he goes and he reads for a sign, he meditates, he writes channeled messages, so that way he's hitting whatever spirit needs him to communicate for that sign. He is doing the work before he does the reading.
Does he have a channel?
Yeah, it's Tarot by Nicholas. He's a very successful. I don't know how many.
Oh, okay, yeah. I've seen him. Okay, that dude.
You just said that dude. Yeah, he's a little
winded.
Winded, yes.
Man, he's a good reader, but good Lord, you can't. I mean, okay, I just pulled up, some of his reads. I mean, hour 15 minutes.
Yeah,
it's like, all right, man. Listen, there's some people out there searching for the in depth, but I mean, even even I don't like listening to my voice that much, and I love my voice. You know,
That's kind of creepy in how you just did that. I'm not gonna lie.
So I went to the
love my voice.
Sorry, Joe.
Come on, Casey, you do it too. Come on, do it, do it.
I went to the Lone Tree
Oh,
Trail one time. I only went once, but it was funny because um, it, it's like those women were really intuitive because I was picking it up from them. I had a gal come in, that's the first time she had been there, and I kept seeing flashes of my daughter. And I thought, what the heck? And she was talking about the job she had just started. And I turned around and I told her, do you work for Arrow? And she goes, yeah, how did you know? I said, because I saw my daughter. That's where my daughter worked. And I kept telling her things while they were going around the room and talking about stuff. I was telling her boyfriend some things too that she needed to hear and stuff. But it's like I was just picking up so much energy from all these ladies that were there. It's like I was just nailing things on point big time that day. And it's like, wow.
Yeah, sometimes you get into the energy and it just goes.
Yeah.
I'm glad you love my voice, Star. I'm very happy about it. It pleases me to no end.
do you love my voice as well, Star?
There you go. Get the ASMR thing going, Joe. Come on, set them on fire.
Does my voice, does it work for you?
Oh, goodness.
For only $2.99 a minute. Press 4 now.
Payment accepted with Cash App, Venmo, PayPal.
Don't forget we're going to be doing readings and classes and everything on Evolve too. Yeah.
No, I as serious as serious as the subjects are that you deal with when you're dealing with tarot. I mean, obviously you're dealing with heartbreak, you're dealing with pain, you're dealing with people that have lifelong traumas, and sometimes the thing is people come to tarot for different reasons. Most of them, obviously about 95% of them, come because of heartbreak and romantic blah 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 blah. But as they go through it, they start to study. They usually they'll come for their sun sign, and then they figure out sun, moon, rising, Venus. Then that starts them off on the little path of going down the natal chart and figuring out what everything means. And they figure out the different areas of this. And it's like a stepping stone. It's a gateway drug to actual.
I had a gal a couple years ago. It was me and somebody else that was doing readings that day. And while I was reading for her, I kept seeing flashes of her working in like a co-op, a co-op farm community with all kinds of vegetables and stuff. And I kept pushing it aside while I was doing the rest of the reading. And then she mentioned that she was looking for a job. And I said, is it in a co-op type situation? She goes, yeah. I said, because I keep seeing you picking vegetables and stuff in a farm-like situation. And she goes, that is very, very, very exact. She says, I have a job interview tomorrow for a situation like that.
No.
Joe doesn't have a channel on YouTube.
Thank you, Miss Judy. I appreciate the heads up. And no, I have not seen teardrops in here.
Didn't you start one on TikTok though, Joe? Or you
Cup of Joe RSCP.
I love that you called it that. I'm a huge fan of coffee myself. Anything that's decaf is. You know what decaf means? It means of the devil.
I have never drank coffee.
So my channel has nothing to do with tarot, by the way. Just to let your audience know, it's about me teaching people my daily life as a practitioner and what it means. So that's what it is.
I don't know. I've learned to accept my role in it. When I came into all this, the way that the universe announced what I needed to do, what my path was, help build the bridge, and be the voice and the shining little monkey boy that you know uses my talents and knowledge and everything that I've learned to provide the tools for light workers. I can read, and I probably will start a tarot channel at some point in time, but
So
right.
I haven't done any readings on TikTok for a couple months because that's about the time I got sick again. But it's interesting because I've got about 100 new subscribers are going in and listening to some of my old ones.
I just posted the link for you.
Okay. They are going in and listening to some of the old ones and they're saving them. One gal did a duet with me because I was talking about how there's really no gender in tarot. And she was so excited because I said that. So she did a duet. But I've got about 100 new subscribers just because they're going and listening to the old ones and they're saving them. And I said, wow, because Jared's the one that told me to get on there. He goes, I know they just love your stuff. I'm up to 521 subscribers. And it's like the last 100 have just been on there since I haven't done any readings. And I think I'm getting to the point where, they're just little 3-minute readings. I would like to get up to 1,000 on there, though, so we could do, lives on there. So it's like, yeah.
Oh, that would be fun. Random lives on TikTok.
Yeah.
Oh, man. No, I haven't started. I created it. I just haven't started uploading my videos yet. I'm going over content as far as what my overall goals with it are. So the main part is going to be, there's going to be daily either prayers, meditations. There's going to be a space in there in case people do need prayer for something that's going on. So I'm going to do it like I did tarot anonymously. So like, let's just say Casey needed a prayer. I would say it's a prayer for Kay, or the person who asked for a prayer on this. I won't say their name. That way I protect anonymity. And something of that nature on there. That's how I foresee it. That's my vision of it, is to be the TikTok practitioner.
I do want to try to put out more stuff for Rest Mojo that is more personalized and focused. What I'm working on right now is binaural beats and frequency, different megahertz music based meditation music. And then I'll slowly work myself into guided meditations, but they're just general guided meditations. I do want to do affirmation videos to help people when they sleep, to hear that affirmation voice as they sleep. I want to talk to people in their sleep. That
are you having a hard time sleeping right now?
Not
hear the sound of my voice.
Exactly.
Take a deep breath as we go into the astral plane.
Well, and there's a little bit that goes into it, and I do take the frequency and binaural stuff very seriously, but I also try to add, music that is soothing or that is deep, and to take people into a spiritual place, so that people can kind of step outside of their norm. And so it's an interesting field of study to go into, but eventually I will offer making custom sleep affirmation, meditations and custom affirmation sleep videos for people that I'll send directly to them. I can tell you this, I listen to those, and sleeping and resting and meditating was a big part of me becoming grounded and getting better and feeling better. That's why I decided to put those out, because I had the ability and it's interesting to me. And personal, personal hobby.
Every night, yeah.
But it's getting that rest and getting that meditation and finding that sense of inner calm was very important. And so being able to guide people to that, I just felt it. If I can do it for myself, then I can do it for other people. And so I put that up there. I will say this: as far I would listen to other affirmation videos, and it worked. It had the proper effect. But when I made a sleep affirmation video for myself, that's when I discovered exactly how egotistical I was. Because there's nothing like having a sleep affirmation video in my own voice. Because when I speak or say something in the world, you hear my voice in one way. I hear my voice from the reverberations that are inside my ears and skull. And so hearing my voice on this affirmation video, I don't know why, but it just made such a difference. And it's really been a big help to be able to, write my own affirmations and then put them into a customized sleep affirmation video.
You need to get a Morgan Freeman soundboard for doing it. That'd be hilarious.
Well,
that as a sleeping affirmation would be hilarious.
Well, you've heard of it's this one video out there this guy does the Morgan Freeman sprinkles. Have you heard that?
No.
Sprinkles. I do love me some sprinkles. Why, in the morning, I like to put them on my pancakes. And in the afternoons, I like to snort them up my nose. Joe, if you know the video that I'm talking about, you know how effective that would be. And that would be a great idea as a joke. I've heard other videos out there where people are making fun of. There's one that it basically it's blank this blank blank this poop. I'm trying to be good on Casey's channel because I know last week, I don't think there's such a thing as bad words, but apparently YouTube does. But they got this one that the guy is just going on. You need to let everything go. You need to tell those people at the water cooler at the office to piss right on off. He just goes off in this video, but he does it with that oh so smooth meditation voice, and it is hilarious.
Do you want to super kick your boss in the face? Proceed to do so in a calm manner.
Yeah.
Please remember, throat punching is illegal. No one needs to tell Star that, because she will be in federal prison in no time.
Well, that's what I keep saying.
Just remember, it's a misdemeanor, not a felony.
Jack's the one that told me that, if somebody from the past shows up to throat punch and tell him namaste and give him a throat punch. Star says, "Oh, are you gonna videotape that? I want to see it." Yeah, we've all missed you too, honey. Everybody's been asking about you. And Joe comes on here as a courtesy and does readings on here all ban occasionally.
Yeah, I'll do them too. Eventually, when I get the tarot decks out and get things a little bit more situated, I may very well do a tarot channel to do my own brand of readings. Yeah. As we know, they're a little bit saucy and so scrumptious.
And it gets banned.
Well, I try to keep them, I try to keep them as PG-13 as possible.
Joe, Star wants to know if you'll do a reading for her. She's going through a lot right now.
Let me see if I can find my Osha Zen deck here to my left here. Hold on. Let me go off cam for a sec. See if I can find it.
Favorite deck. Clear back.
What?
That's your favorite deck.
It is my favorite deck. Yes, that's what I want to use.
If it's the one he connects with the most,
So
I have my favorites that I connect with better than.
I mean, I
some
can
of
go
the
grab my Game of Thrones tarot. I was
Go get your Osas in. I have one that I want to get to know a little better. It's the Crow Tarot. I really, really like the explanations on that. It has a whole different personality.
Yeah, I've got so many ideas for that. Like I said, I'm working on the first three. I think the illustrated deck will be the one that'll be out the quickest. The painted deck will probably be second. The other one I'm kind of setting off to the side, but I've got 8 full tarot decks planned. And I found that my ideas, ran a little bit more rampant than my ability to actually produce the artwork for them. So I was like, you know what? I'm just going to keep a notebook on the ideas for tarots, and then, but I've got to complete these first.
Yeah. Oh, I think I've been getting a lot of downloads too, but I'll tell you one thing, I've been sleeping a heck of a lot better, but I've been sleeping more. I might sleep from like 11 to 11, I'm sleeping later. Been really tired, but I am sleeping. That's the thing. Instead of waking up every couple hours, I'm finally sleeping. Let me pull some cards on her too.
But if you are having trouble sleeping, there.
Jack was here earlier, Star.
Like, subscribe, comment, and share.
Yeah.
Rest Mojo. Be sure and do it for Miss Casey too.
Yeah. $4.29 every morning. I think just right now, I just need to be honoring my own energy right now. Yeah. Jack said he'd be back, but we haven't seen him.
Yeah, I haven't seen him back in chatting since he said he was walking off. I actually have the Game of Thrones deck that Joe was talking about as well. Yeah, it's one of my favorite decks.
All right, we're going different. We're going different.
What'd you get?
We're going Kawaii Tarot tonight. I'm feeling the Kawaii Tarot. Now, this is a deck I normally only use when I am under the influence of marijuana. So I'm doing this from a different place from the high watch here tonight. So I'm completely sober, but I'm feeling called to use it, so we're going to use it.
This is going to be interesting because he's not smoking pot no more. His wife is on him.
I'm sorry, what would you like to go with on that comment? I'm sorry, what was that?
I said your wife is on you about not smoking.
Yes and no. Yes and no.
Star, I got the sun. Okay, that's the first card up. I just think that things are gonna start looking better. I think that they're. Yeah, I think if you actually really blow up, I think it's gonna be a rude awakening for somebody. Okay. But I show coming out of the nightmare, the depression, the anxiety, the end of it, okay? But again, I still think that there needs to be a blow up. And I don't think it's at the other house. I think it's at your house. Something that needs to happen where you are when somebody gets back, okay? But it's...
Pac-Man. Put me in, coach. I'm ready to play.
Yeah. So, but
Where's
you know, you're gonna. Oh, girl, I see you so frustrated. Sometimes you just feel like you need to walk away from a situation, but you're waiting for that ship to come in, hun. But you need to take some time to. Yeah, you've been blowing it up at both houses. Yeah, but you're waiting for that ship to come in, but they're keeping you so damn busy you can't manifest that ship coming in. Okay. Yeah, yeah. I got lots of passion, lots of things going on, and yeah, good for you. Good for you. I think you need to blow up on your mom too, hon. Okay?
it's interesting that you lead with that comment because I was gonna say you need to go into offense, not defense. So you have the this is the Page of Wands in this deck, but even though this is all pink and nice and happy looking, this is a very aggressive. Hey, you're gonna go take charge here, and it's showing that there's a contrast between it because even though there's a lot of light in this card, it's very strong and offensive. It's meant there's not a lot of defense attached to it. Because right now, where you're at this like Queen of Swords energy where you're just holding your power, but you're like keeping everything in. And the universe is saying, no, you need to kind of take more of an offensive step here, like Casey is saying here. I'm going to kind of go back because something that I really want to put with is you own your power, but you don't push your power. And that's a big deal right now. What I mean by that comment is you need to set your intent, do your intent, and not be in fear of that intent. Because right now you're doing offensive, but then you're walking back. And instead of being that Page of Wands energy, which the universe is asking you to be, and to take that step forward, almost like that Fool energy, you're taking kind of like a very slow, gradual up there on there. And the other part, the outcome card that I also drew for you here is you got to be not afraid to be social about things. You need to be open and honest about things, and you need to trust that those that are around you can help you in this situation. You're meant to share your situation and share your story, and you're meant to share on a deeper level and go in where you can go and say things beyond this forum. By the way, this forum is easy. That's why she's
In the hospital, I said you were gone. I was called an effing bitch, and response was yes, yes, I am. Thank you. I claim it. I name it. I claim it.
okay. Well, I've been called worse.
She needs to work. She needs to look at the ways that she values herself. Not because she can, not because she can take care of everybody else. She needs to look at how she values herself. You know,
Why not be offensive energy? Where's the risk? Where's the risk in that for you right now? Star, I'm picking your brain, and I hope I'm not being offensive, and if I am, I'm sorry. But where is the risk? You're being risk averse right now. And then you kind of had like this moment, but it's like two steps forward, one step back, where you're still thinking that Queen of Swords energy that's there. You're like, hey, I had this powerful energy, but this isn't. You gotta be forward with that thinking. You can't be backwards in the thinking. You have to be forward in it. The other thing I would say on here is why what are you afraid of here? What are you afraid of?
hurt her mom because everybody takes advantage of her mom. She's trying to protect her too. But I think that she needs to, I feel like she needs to really, really sit down and have some truth talk with her mom because her mom is so worried about still taking care of everybody else. She's not taking care of herself.
And the problem is that she's not seeing the picture. So draw another card. What do we get? We got awesome Two of Wands energy here. So we're looking back, we look at here, the universe is in front of you, but yet you have this stationary point that you're kind of stuck in. You're grounded in the earth in this limited view, not you're in this stationary point where you're not seeing the bigger picture of what's in front of you. It's a vast horizon that's there.
Yeah, she's the only one who can properly take care of her mom right now. Is your grandma still watching you like a hawk, hun? It's interesting how they're all watching you like crazy and nobody else is except for her. At least your grandma watches her at night.
But who's watching you?
Yeah.
Yes, who's watching the watchers?
They say that the phrase that, you can't fill other people's cup while your cup is empty. And if you're constantly taking care, who's filling your cup?
There's a few of us that have been trying to send her energy from the background too. And I gave her a process to try on her too. And I need to find my book. I have some other processes. I probably won't look for it Sunday because I got to meet Joni's wife tomorrow. But there's some other processes that we can talk about also that you can try. But I would try the MTVSS. I think that yeah.
What is affecting your mom's energy, though? That's also the other question on my mind. Because Casey said something very interesting. She said about your mom being taken advantage of, and I see that, but I think there's a deeper message to that, and that is that your mom is wanting to be viable in the situation, and she's afraid of not being asked for things and being alone.
She only thinks her value is in taking care of other people.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And you just got to start something new. Again, I draw another card. What do I get? I get another. What are your possibilities again? Everything is blocked. Everything is blocked behind you. And rather than see horizon and what's in front of you, it's just the universe is like, hey, come on, step up. Go. Take a step. And it's 2 steps forward, 1 step back. Because that step back is that comfort step. That's the easiest step for us to do. I mean, everybody that watches this knows what that comfort step means. We go back to the same old programs that we've been programmed with. The same old shoulda, woulda, couldas.
And she needs to be shaken out of that and quick because she's got cancer and they're stopping treatments because it's spreading because they kept giving her the wrong treatments.
Mm-hmm.
And
you're not getting the spiritual treatments, which you should also be getting, which would be helping you as well. And I'm gonna be careful on my medical intuitive part of that conversation, but energy work does work for cancer. It does help. It's all. I will tell you, energy work. I've seen people do that with the person that was very close to me who just passed away. He beat cancer twice. First time they gave him a 5% chance to live. Second time they gave him a 1% chance to live. And I look at it and I see that, and that was all energy work right there. That's all spiritual connection. It's there. It's there if you know how to connect with it. So this is something I'm gonna have my temporary rant on, because as a practitioner I get asked to do healing work, or I'd like to see perfect health from something X, Y, or Z. A lot of people don't realize that there's a greater reason that we go through these experiences. No matter what it is, there's a higher reason, a vibration level Like, even when we get something as simple like a cold, there's a greater reason for it. Oftentimes it's to get us to slow down and stop, to take better care of ourselves, to drink more water, for example. I
Mhm.
feel like crap this weekend. And I've been drinking water because I've been dehydrated, and I know that's what the universe is telling me right now. So what do I have in my hand? I have a glass of water. I've been drinking water this entire life.
There's
But
one
I
thing
might
I've noticed about the past 2 years going through my experiences is that, I mean, I do work at the house and there's been COVID and all this other stuff. So I've primarily been alone and isolated in the house.
Me too.
But with this, I don't know, dark night of the soul, whatever it is that I've been going through, I have not been sick at all. And I mean, it's like, I mean, I haven't gotten a cold. I haven't, had
so
a fever or anything.
so I'm sorry, Jojo. I want to cut you off real quick because I'm
That's
saying
okay.
something that. So I want you to change. I'm saying something as a practitioner here, Star. I want you to change the phrase "these doctors kill the hope." I want you to change that line of thinking, because if we don't believe that those that are helping us are connected to spirit and the divine, then we're setting ourselves up to fail. So I understand that there may be pessimism or bleakness, but what I would challenge you to do is to take those appointments from a different perspective and look at it from the high watch instead, where you're saying things like, I am so grateful that I have this doctor who sees this possibility. And if you have a doctor that doesn't see you as being perfect, healing, and complete, that's an issue. You need to find somebody else. And you don't need to ask your mother to find a new doctor. Get a new doctor. Take the action step. Take the action step. It's okay. It's dangerous, but you know what? You got to find somebody who's at your vibration level. And if you have a doctor that's not at your vibration level, that means that they're not connected with the divine intelligence, and that they're not practicing medicine from that high watch. They're practicing they're practicing medicine from limitation, lack, and belief. And that's you're never going to get back to that perfect whole and complete under that mentality. It's just
Well,
not going to
and
happen.
that depending on your insurance and the area and the doctors that are available, that might not be there. You also have to take it from your own high watch and your own divine sense, and remember that you say that doctors kill hope. They're not trying to kill hope. They're trying, in many cases, based on their own experience,
Yeah,
they're trying to tell you the truth.
they're
And
looking.
because they don't want to provide anybody with false hope about something. I
Yeah,
mean, it's one thing to have your belief and your faith and your spirit and God and the universe, and you should. But it's also another to have unrealistic beliefs. And too many times you'll see doctors, you know, those doctors are there to tell you very harsh truths sometimes. And and not to say that they're not spiritual or they're not, divine in some way. And you'll find that a lot of doctors don't believe in the spiritual practice of it. That's been one of the big problems with the medical system as a whole. Excuse me. But at the same time, and in those doctors' defense, they, you know, they see what you're seeing happen all the time. And it's why they have their professional detachment, and they are very, very serious about not giving people false hope. So it's not that they're trying to kill hope, they're trying to tell you the truth about what's going on. Accepting that truth is only going to strengthen your spiritual power, because you will know what to pray for, you will know what to deal with. If that makes sense.
if you can find a doctor that's a naturopath also, because you need to build her up a little bit. And I'm sure she's got systemic candida, and that's probably contributing more to everything that she's going through than anything, because everything, her whole immune system starts in the gut, you know.
I was just gonna say that. Oh my
Yeah.
god. I was just gonna say energy work and the root chakra. That's what I was gonna say.
Tell you what, my root chakra could stand to lose 20 pounds if I don't get the Nutty Buddies the candy out of here. Still carrying a little holiday weight from 2008.
Only 2008. That's not too terribly bad.
Yeah. Well, I'll get on the treadmill and I'll pray about that later.
But it's like, you know, I just feel like she needs a rude awakening. She's just not seeing the whole picture. She's not focusing on herself. She's focusing on everybody else, you know, still. Yeah. But if you can start that one process, I think that would help some. No sleeping on the treadmill. Yeah.
Hey, I started doing. I started working out again here. I've been trying to get in shape, and my biggest thing is Ashley got me a VR thing, so I've been doing VR activities. I have a fishing game that's kind of fun.
I tried that with a Wii several years ago. I found that
Hi, darling.
doing
Hey.
you know, standard workouts and stuff myself with my music was a much better was much better outlet for me. Either that or actually getting outside and going and hiking down through the creek, or through the woods, riding a bike, doing something. Hey, Darlene Lisa, how are you doing, dear?
Star, so ask her this. This is one of the things we've been talking about, relationships. Tell her to look at all the relationships in her life. What has she learned from every person in her life? Tell her to look at all the energy that she has put out to everybody else, and how much is she receiving back right now. Seriously, get her to thinking about that.
And if you want to put her on an exercise program, get her a little tiny weight that she can hook to her middle finger and just do lifts.
Her mom's not like that.
It sounds like she needs to be.
I know. Darwin, did you have a good birthday? Yeah. Yeah. I know, and you're sick and tired of telling her the same thing over and over again, you know? Universe, what will it take for her to shift her thinking? Can Joe maybe do a reading for you? We can ask him when he comes back, hon. I know. Don't we all feel, yeah, repeating ourselves, sounding like a damn broken record and nobody's listening? Like, what the hell? What the hell?
What the heck, Miss Casey? Come on, there's YouTube people out there listening.
Oh, I
What
know.
the heck?
I remember saying hell one time when I was, before my mom died, and I thought she was just going to have a hell.
I never had to worry about it. I was the heathen that raised myself. I'd tell people about their parents' sexual habits all the time.
So what if we presume that does not allow us to see the whole picture and the possibility that could be around this situation? Universe, show me what is possible with having ease in this situation. What can I do and be different today to have ease and ease in this situation. We are here to heal, not harm. We are here to love, not hate. We are here to create, not destroy. Do you have a desire and a capacity to create more healing, more spacious world for you and everyone around you? Are you ready to see your totality? What advantage do you have when you go for possibilities? And how much you love to avoid that? What else is possible for creating change in my life? Darlene wants to know if you can pull some cards for her, Joe.
Man, I'm popular.
Yeah, they get tired of hearing me, I think.
You are popular. You're very popular. Hey, when you get done with all them, pull some cards from me as well, pretty please.
Just going through, deciding what I want to use.
Yeah. Yeah, because you don't hold back most of the time, Star. You know?
All right.
That's one way of putting it, Star. You're here to trigger people. I gotta put that on a t-shirt right there. I'm here to trigger people.
There's a good one.
All right, so we're busting out another deck I haven't used in a long time. I actually got this deck at a deck swap. I don't use it very often. We're busting out the Hobbit Tarot, just for the sake of this.
I've never seen the Hobbit Tarot.
Yeah, it's got this kind of cool back on it.
Cool.
Oh, nice. Now, is that the Hobbit based off of
Lord of the Rings?
Nice. I never knew that they made one.
Yeah.
The only thing I've seen closest to that was a deck made. They made one for Elder Scrolls and Skyrim.
See, Darlene says she has that deck. That's fun. See, here I am thinking I have a random deck here that nobody has, and then Darlene's like, "Yeah, I got that deck."
Darlene, you should be on here doing readings for us too.
You should.
I don't know where my Osha Zen deck is, and it's kind of bothering me. I'm gonna have to scour through my apartment now to find that.
So this is what I do with my decks. You know those over-the-door plastic things that they have to hang the shoes on your door? I put my tarot decks in there.
See,
most of them.
See, the problem is if I started carrying enough tarot decks to do that, I have my handy-dandy bag here. Ashley killed me. She'd kill me. She'd be like, nope, too many.
Are you kidding? She may be the one that may have that many eventually.
Well, if she does. That's her own spiritual journey. It's just not my place to call it. Same. I made a vow because one of the things that pissed me off as a practitioner is people that become practitioners and then their partners are expected to be that line of faith that they are. And I think that's the biggest line of horse hockey ever. And one of the things I really stressed when Ashley and I got married is I'm like, you know what? You choose your path. If you want to come support me, great, fantastic. If not, that's all right. All right. All right. So let's see. All right. Let's see what we got.
So I'm trying to sell in Star Energy. There's a little box about 3 by 3 inches behind the belly button. That's her core. That's her center. I'm trying to send energy to that to help replenish her. If anybody else wants to do the same thing.
Casey, I did change my little icon because I was jealous of your wings and your little halo. So I drew a quick little cartoon and changed my icon there.
All right.
thing that
So
happened. My eagle, yeah.
okay. So let's talk about what's going on here. Balance issues. We got a reverse temperance here. So what are we really being kind of called to here? I'm just okay. So there's a lot of things right now that are influencing your balance and what's going on in your daily life. I take a real effort to look at the balance of self-care that's here. This is specifically talking about self-care. Because right now there's a lot of shadow stuff that's trying to come through here, and I'm really drawn to like the black part of the earth that's trying to come in here. It's almost like you've grounded yourself into the ground to the point where you're feeling the earth, but you're not open to the wind. You're not feeling your toes touching. Most of the time with a temperance card, your toes are in the water where it's supposed to be your spiritually on keel, you're emotionally on keel. Uh, there's a lack of that right now. So I really want to press you on getting back specifically with that toe back into existence, where you're just allowing emotion and things to be open to flow. The next card that we drew on here was, we got the Chariot for you. So the tool work is there. Everything is there that you need to succeed. You have every single tool in the toolbox that you need. But the problem specifically is for you is right now you're the knight that's in the background rather than being the one that's walking forward on the path. So you see the path and you're not walking right down that line. Instead, you're kind of being in the shadow. There's a lot of shadow stuff. There's a lot of shadow stuff coming through with these 4 cards. So I just want to reiterate this. Next card that you had, reverse Queen of Swords on here. So, one of the messages that I gave to Star was talking about being okay with your power and being okay being offensive. You are a step beyond what I was talking with Star. You are a step beyond that, because right now you are just sitting there in this position where you're afraid to howl, which is what the Queen of Swords is in this deck. So you are the wolf howling out that energy in the universe here, but it's almost like a timidness that's there. But I really like the outcome card for you here, because I think, this apparently is the 3 of Cups night. I don't know what it is, but I've drawn the 3 of Cups 3 times, and every single time I've drawn this tonight. I think the key is going to be through socialization. I think the key is openness of the heart space. And I think a key is the moving away from fear. A lot of this shadow side is fear-based on here. So take a second, and I can't see what's saying. I just see Kit. Hell no. What did I do? I'm just seeing JoJo, and I see y'all going back and forth here. Like, when I'm like in mid.
Darlene said Casey I gave her son a reading, and he said I scared him. I was too on point. And I said, he needed to hear it. And JoJo goes, Casey, calm down.
I just see that look on Casey's face, and I'm like, okay. Okay. But I want you to really put some thought behind the being back in the heart space, because that's one thing that I think the biggest message of these 4 cards are. Go back to that heart space, because there's just a fear attached to it right now. That's what I drew for you. And she randomly has the Hobbit Tarot, which is so weird.
That's awesome, though. I love those books.
How many decks you got, Darlene? I have probably about maybe
200.
No, I have.
I've been to your house. No. You cannot play that crap with me.
I have probably about
no
25 tarot decks, and probably about 40 oracle decks.
I've been to your house. You cannot play that crap with me. You cannot play that crap with me, okay? You
Yeah,
have like 20 on the one shelf, okay? Anytime I think I haven't seen a tarot deck in 10 years, when I came to your house, I would find it. So don't play that crap with me.
yeah, they're a little addicting. I mean, I've only been in it for a while. I've already got, I don't know, 13, 14 decks, just tarot decks.
I have one tarot deck that the original is worth about $250.
Which
I
one's
got
that?
one that's not even, you can't even find it now.
Yeah, I've got a couple of those too. I'll have to find what it is, Joe.
This is my rarest one, and it's actually one my sister gave me. And yeah, I've never seen it before. It's a German tarot deck called the Vision Tarot. I've never seen it before.
I have. I
Wow,
almost bought it.
that's a rarest one I have.
I have. I almost bought it, but I didn't.
I wonder if you can get it on Amazon. I haven't checked this in many years.
Yeah, because sometimes they issue something, yeah, like
Oh,
the love from Doreen Virtue.
Doreen Virtue.
They're selling one now in a smaller version.
Oh, apparently it's from 2000, and it's going on Amazon for $73.37.
Well, I'll make you all money when my decks first start coming out. I'll let you know. I'll give you the first links, and that way y'all can have the very first printed, tiny, small editions that come out, because it will grow exponentially as I sell.
mine
The first
is
runs,
supposed to be signed, JoJo.
it will be.
Okay.
Let's say, yeah, the first printing will only be like 100 or 150, and they'll be labeled with versions. So
Yeah,
they'll, that
Ooh.
first run will be rare.
yeah.
I so want like number. Whoa! I just seen number 3 in my head, so I want number 3.
We'll see what happens with it, Star.
No, it's random. I seen number 3 in my head. I went okay.
Okay, all right. Just stay out of my tub. I did start the night thinking about you though, because
Thinking.
I
No, I've been thinking about you all day, and I don't know what the hell you are. YouTube, I don't even like you.
I got in my tub this evening and I was like, you know what? I gotta have a salt bath. I've gotta, pour some moon water in there. I gotta do some cleansing. I gotta really take. So I prayed, I meditated, and I jumped in. Plus I had to moisturize, keep myself all pretty.
And you thought about me.
Go through the beauty minute. No, I thought about you because when I got into the tub and while I was sitting there, I was watching my iPad, and then I saw Miss Casey's, spiritual corner pop up, and I was like, okay, well, I'll jump in there. And then I thought, oh, see, if I'm in here, I got to go ahead and announce that I'm in the tub. And,
well, I
the
kind
business
of already knew that you were. So if you think that you can ever hide it from me, nice try.
That's uncomfortable.
No, what's uncomfortable?
No, I will not do the live from the tub.
I'm pretty sure that's not going to be accepted in YouTube culture.
Yeah. So, what's the new rules with YouTube? Someone inform me. Can I not just be, me?
No idea, but I'm sure we would have got banned if I would have let that little dick pic on earlier.
Oh my God. Not another one.
I will tell you, YouTube has gotten so bad. I got a copyright request from a prayer I did. A prayer. I did a prayer. And I had somebody say that it was offensive, and I got reported to it on YouTube.
Okay, so what they're basically saying is that I cannot be me, and I cannot come on here and be bluntly honest to people.
Pretty much.
Okay, well, YouTube, I'm going to have to tell you to go shove it somewhere, because that's not going to change.
All right, Joe. So now I want you to pull some cards for me.
You want me
But
to pull cards for you? Okay.
I do, but I'm very
Uh,
interested to know what deck you would use to pull for.
Oh, I've just been using different decks here, man. There's no
Okay.
rhyme or
Um,
reason. There's no rhyme or reason going on here today. I'm just having fun.
Okay.
I would definitely pull Game of Thrones for JoJo.
Yeah, see, that's one of the decks that I have. I really, really love that deck. It's a good one.
Let's see. I'd use this one, but I'm missing a card, and I just don't remember which one it is.
I don't know how many people's in here now, but I felt chords earlier. That's the only reason I popped on here because they're irritating the crap out of me.
So we have, well, somebody just dropped off. It dropped from 7 to 6. As soon
Well, it's probably the person that keeps popping in that I keep feeling chords on. And look, they got to do something with them.
Canadians. That's why. I mean, I can go get the Game of Thrones tarot. I really didn't want to use it tonight. I wasn't feeling.
You don't have to, man. Don't put
Nah.
stuff out for it.
I wasn't feeling it
JoJo,
tonight.
you do too.
Wasn't feeling it tonight.
I just got some interesting situations going on.
No.
Well, I mean, don't we
You
always?
got chords.
I do.
Yeah.
Well, I haven't been anywhere. I've been.
They're energetic.
Yeah. Well, it's what I mean. I'm not. It almost have to be. I don't leave the house much.
No, someone's spying. That one's easy to figure out. I already know who that is. Next.
Okay, as soon as you said that, I see a braided cord going in between his hips, going down his spine.
Yeah, someone's spying on him. They want to know where he is at all times. Good lord. Could we move past
You
this
got a
already?
crazy
I thought you moved
X?
past that.
Crazy X on 2. Break.
Yeah, I got a couple of crazy exes.
Yeah, let's talk
Do
about...
they live in Texas? Isn't there their country song about that? All my exes.
You want to talk about
live-
Texas, Joe? Where you live?
Where do I live? I live in
Mm.
Colorado.
Never mind.
I mean, where am I originally from? I'm from Iowa. I'm from
Never
Iowa.
mind. You can't help me.
What do you mean?
I got questions about Texas and
Jano's from Minnesota.
Now, you're talking about chords for everybody? What chords are you seeing for Casey right now? What chords are you seeing for Casey? Because I see one. I just see one.
I see one. It's kind of big. Not big, but it's slightly larger than I like.
I see one energy spot that I would be taking care of if I was if I was hanging out with her right now, and she knows it, because that's how I roll.
Actually, near the...
You can do it in distance.
Yeah, we do it here.
Of course I can, you silly goose. What do you think I'm doing?
I could see it as trying to spy or infiltrate or whatever, something because of the plans that I've got.
Yeah,
I'm
no,
trying
that's
to
what they're
remain
doing with you. We already
as
knew what they were
silent
doing.
as possible. I mean, almost.
Jojo, you can't stay silent from me. I already know what you're doing. Oh, and I figured out how I know Alice. Anyways, Casey, yours is very odd.
You got something
Your
going on with
cord
your
is...
Where's it at?
right shoulder.
Yeah, I was going to say it's like near the shoulder blade on the right side.
Front or back?
Back.
Huh?
Back. Like, okay, so like if you're looking... Hi, look at me. Hi, over here. Hi. You're like right back here. Like right almost at the cusp.
It's
And
like
it's pulsing-
where
it's
the
pulsing
shoulder
green
blade
for me.
starts.
It's pulsing green for me.
You see green?
Oh, whenever I see broken cords, they are like lime, like flashing neon green. That's what I see. Whenever I see a wall, that normally most of the time they're orange. Cords are green.
Because they're usually tied into the emotion and the heart.
I'm just telling you what my gifts are. That's how I see them.
Okay, I was gonna... That threw me off because I was going to say, that's not what I'm seeing. This is not normal. This is not good. Green is not good. Do not pass go. Do not collect the $200. Oh,
Well, I mean, sometimes, like high energy vibrational colors are good things, like sometimes if, high pinks, yellows, some blues are positive, but
yeah.
I
Well,
never,
I always ask if it's for the highest good, and if it's not, turn it red.
yeah.
And I got an instant red.
You got an instant red?
Uh-huh.
I decided to pull out the $73 deck here. That's what it is new. I don't know what it is used, but Amazon says it's $73.
So is it gone now?
70%.
I was gonna say it's still lingering, but it's like dissolving slowly.
Yeah. I called in my healing team.
I did not claim to know how to do any of that, but I will draw a fancy cartoon of it if you wish.
Well, if you want to do a fun favor, if you want to ever draw some Cup of Joe artwork, I for my TikTok, I wouldn't
Yeah, man.
say no
I'll
to
be
it.
glad to hook you up. Send me an email or hit me up on IG. However, I tell you what, send
Oh,
your email address to Miss Casey or Star, and they can get it to me. They're both friends with me on Facebook. So,
Yeah,
and yeah, I'll hook you up.
I'll send you
and
my practitioner one here. So
You could always draw a picture of me and start on the opposite sides of somebody doing some healing.
yeah. Yeah, but make sure that you have a little me inside of them, because Lord knows they like to burn my, you know what up.
Yeah, I'll draw a picture of you in a tub of your very own.
oh, tub. Oh, I don't know. That's getting
No, I'm always inside. I always end up inside someone. Like I'm about to go inside you and figure out who has already
Thank you, Miss
penetrated you.
Darlene.
So, all right. So this is fun tarot 101 here because I've read with this deck maybe 4 times since I've owned it. So it doesn't get used very often, but Jojo, for you, we're busting it out here.
Thank you, sir.
So, first card we got here is we got the Wheel of Fortune.
Nice.
So, timing is good right now on here, but I want to point out one specific thing on here, which your influencing of time is not allowing events to unfold. It's almost as if you're trying to manipulate the events, even if it's subtly. There's still the allowing. You have to allow the events of the universe to unfold, and right now that you're almost doing it. It's like a 50-50 where the universe is like, here's this event on here, but yet there's still a little bit of influence on there. I
Yeah.
have to be careful. There is nudity on one of my cards here, so I'm going to have to half show it.
By the way, that's a Gemini thing, being impatient. I mean, that's a JoJo thing.
Yeah. So, what's interesting is your next card that you drew on here was the Queen of Wands, and this is a very interesting Queen of Wands to me because it's the fire coming up, but yet there's still power in the whole card itself. It's almost as if like the universe is giving you this opportunity to tap into even like a deeper level of power that's there. It's like right there on the cusp on there.
Mhm.
But it's like at your feet right now. And like your hands are open, ready to receive it, but it's just a question of putting that will through here. Now, I'm gonna have to be careful on this because there is nudity on here. So we're gonna do this.
18 plus is all
18
we'll say.
plus. 18 plus. The following tarot card is not for young minds. Subject viewer
Viewer
matters.
discretion is advised. Viewer discretion is advised.
Okay, so basically, what you need to imagine here is these are two nude bodies here that are your judgment card here. And what's really kind of cool is, it's a French judgment card. What I really kind of want to talk about specifically on this is there's a rising up that exists in this card, it's a vision of moving almost like a phoenix energy of moving up from the ashes here. There's a choice to live, and there's a choice that is made to make a conscious effort to be beyond the situation. And these are two people that are rising up from their grave. So how I would apply it here is when you're looking at the situation, you have this power that's at your feet on here that you can tap into. That level is there. If you raise your energy level, your vibration level, you talked about healing energy. But I
Right.
want you to tap deeper into that, because it's not a question of you being that in the moment, it's you are that. So it's going from the being to the are. Because it you can say that you need to pray or meditate or you need to do this spiritual practice, but there is a lack of, well, I shouldn't say a lack is a little harsh of a word. There is a momentary blips on the spiritual radar of not seeing what that higher consciousness and that energy that you bring.
Right. I struggle
Okay.
with it too. It's interesting that you mentioned the feet part too, because every day, rain or shine, and usually no matter what temperature, I meditate outside barefoot to be able to ground, and it's something that I find very important for me to do. So it's interesting the way that you're wording that and the way that it's coming up, because it means a lot to me. It definitely resonates, because I always find that that's something I have to do is meditate. But I think what the message coming across is I need to stop having to meditate and just live in meditation.
Yeah. Well, you are that being. It needs to go from the I can be or I pray or meditate to be to the I am,
Right.
which is, I mean, it's a hard statement. Um,
I am part owner of your toe.
I mean, so the best example I can give to you is every Sunday when I'm in service as a practitioner. Um, we sing a song that's called "I Am the Place That God Shows Up." It's by Eddie Watkins Jr. And it reminds us to connect from that higher source, and it reminds us to think from the world of form into what we are meant to be on a higher level. Because I can say, for example, that I'm a reader. I can say that I am an energy worker, but that is what the world of form has said. The reality of the situation is that we're all higher beings of consciousness and awareness when we tap into that, and we should be tapping into it all the time. That's I'm not trying to get too religious as I say this, but that's the what Jesus was able to do, is he was able to tap into that Christ consciousness that allowed him to be at such a higher energy vibrational level and frequency that he was able to not only see that change, but he was that change. He was that consciousness.
Right. It almost be like the difference in a real world term of somebody being called a doctor as opposed to somebody actually being in surgery and performing surgery.
Right. I'd agree with
I,
that.
I mean, it just is an analogy. What else you got, brother?
So, last card I drew for you was Queen of Cups energy. So, what I really want to I want you to kind of just rest on is feel your soul. That's the three words I have on that card. Feel your soul. Because we were talking a lot. I want to say it was 2 weeks ago when I was doing this live. We were talking about toxic masculinity and everything like that. But there's so much power to your soul. And I want to really kind of circle back to that. Feel your soul. Because the universe right now, you mentioned the grounding of your feet. And when you're connecting with the earth, where's that emotion behind it? You have that air energy that's there because you have it going to the back. Feeling whether you're feeling it in front of you or the back wind. You're able to see that light, that fire energy. But where's that water energy? And I even really kind of want to move past the word feel, and even move to maybe the word embrace, or I think accept is a little bit strong. I want you to be in the embracing. I feel like that's the message I can give you tonight, is to embrace that energy.
All right. Well, thank you very much, my brother. I do greatly appreciate that. I will take it to heed. I've actually written down some notes about it here. So
That's good, because whenever I get asked to repeat readings I've done, I never remember them. So,
well, I often find myself going back. If I get readings from someone, I'll go back to the video, if there's video evidence of it, and listen to it again. And I found that taking notes on it.
Oh, Jack. Sorry, y'all.
5 minutes. Yeah. Jack's back. Hey, newbie.
Jack. Hey, newbie. Jack, I missed you.
Darlene, are you here?
Yeah, Darlene, look, you got concrete from your stomach down.
Yes, thank you very much, Joe. I greatly appreciate it.
yeah, no worries, man.
Welcome back, Jack.
Jack the Mac. That's what I'm going to start calling him, because everybody took Wolfie. Darlene, yes, she's here. Okay, so I don't see cords. I see concrete from your stomach down. Like you.
Have you gone through emotional trauma lately? Darlene.
Ooh, Jack, what'd you do?
Talk, Jack. You have so much knowledge.
Jack, what'd you do? Your energy just came in like a. No, never mind. That wasn't yours. That was Buttons.
Oh,
Love
wow.
Buttons for me.
Sure. I'm sitting here looking at my notes here, but on the top of my notes, on the top of my page, I've written a bunch of numbers that correspond to this thing I got going on, and the very first number on it is 03.
Okay, so you have pretty much shut down your emotions lately, haven't you?
Yeah.
Because we're seeing this block of cement, but when I look at it, I see like a waterfall off of it, and water would be emotions. So
I just see like you just concreted yourself in.
yeah,
I see mud.
It
It feels like a sludge to me.
well, I'm seeing it like concrete also, but I see it like it's like this waterfall is coming off of it, so that's telling me it's emotions.
Oh, you got stabbed in the back. Okay, I get it. Because I just got a sharp pain in my left lower back. Okay.
Casey, you got to stop grabbing your left side of your shoulder, because you're making your right. That's where that cord is. Stop doing that crap. I'm done. I know you are, but I'm just saying that's
all right. You got to forgive the person, Darlene.
All right, I think I'm gonna go to bed for the night here, because I've been up since 4. So, good night, everybody.
Good night.
Talk to you later.
Don't forget to send me the address.
I already did.
I don't.
Anywhere. Thank you.
I sent it on Hotmail. I sent in my practitioner email.
I don't have a Hotmail.
No, I sent you my Hotmail as a practitioner on your message on Facebook.
Right. I got the address for tomorrow night. Yeah.
The address. Oh, okay, I got you. I'm sorry. My bad.
Ooh, what's happening tomorrow night? Someone tell me.
It's my wife's birthday.
Oh.
Well, happy
Happy birthday, wifey.
Yeah, I don't think she's watching anymore, but we're going to we're taking her to a Brazilian steakhouse. That's where I proposed to her 2 years ago.
Well, you can tell her I said happy birthday, wifey.
I can for sure. Should have it now.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Alrighty. All right. Good night.
Good night.
Thank
Sleep
you,
well,
my brother.
everybody.
Good to talk
I'm,
to you, my man.
All right. Peace out. Be safe.
That's okay. Yep.
Okay,
There it is.
Darlene, you need to put that statement in the bubble,
Mm.
okay? Because that will affect your whole life. Your whole life, your relationships with your kids, everything. You need to put the whole statement in the bubble right now. And you will.
Bubble suitcase. I don't care what you put it in.
And why are you limiting what the universe can do for you? You can step back from the situation. You can quit looking for love. But
Okay,
don't.
but look at the last thing that she put. I love him too much not to forgive him. That's still showing love. Forgiveness is love.
Okay.
You can't.
So,
How do you shut that down?
so Darlene, forgive yourself for allowing yourself to be hurt again and again and again.
Yeah, exactly, Jack. It was Jack took the words pretty much out of my mouth. I was gonna say you're showing that you love him more than you love yourself.
Yeah, exactly.
Ah, I just got back to you. Thank you, teardrops. I knew you were listening.
The bubble. Yeah.
And Jack, how's my button? I came to check on her the other night.
So what would it take for Darlene to forgive herself?
She has to realize it's not her. It's her energy that draws in any and everything. She just got to learn to, weed through the good and the bad.
I show it piecing apart.
Mm-hmm. Mm. Yeah, no one, you can say that now, but you just, okay. Now they got me stuttering. I don't even like y'all right now. You
Darlene,
just pretty much said, and I accept all challenges you throw at me.
yeah, you're
They're
challenged.
going to throw so much love at you, you won't know what to do.
But honey, if you close yourself off to love, that is going to affect your relationships with everybody in your life, not just him. Okay? It's going to affect your relationships with your kids, everything. And you're not too old for that shit anyway. Oh,
I thought that, Jack.
not doing good. Hours, multiple seizures, merely hours apart. Thankfully, not extremely.
Okay, now my question is, Jack, because I'm multitasking, I'm back and forth between people. I don't know how the heck I do this constantly, but I do. Last night, did they ease up? Because last night at like, I don't know, my time, probably 2:15-ish, I was inside a button. So after that, did they ease up some?
I feel like that spot that we filed down before.
It needs it done again, I think.
Yeah, that's what
I did it. I did some last night, but I mean, I thought I was going to have to take Shine to school today, but they closed school because of high water, so.
Darlene, put all those statements in the bubble, please. It'll affect your whole life, not just your love relationships. And you're resistant to doing that. Ooh,
See, y'all think just because I don't pop up on here, I ain't around. I see y'all all the time. You can't get rid of me that easily.
yeah, I just felt this resistance go clear across my chest with Darlene.
Yeah, I did too. I just got real like tight.
You need to clear all that, and that will affect more than love relationships, romantic relationships. Okay.
Ask for someone new.
Yeah. Ask for a companion.
Ask for a Virgo.
Okay,
I don't know. I just heard that. Ask for a Virgo.
So Darlene, we were talking about this earlier. What did you learn from the relationships with him? With all your exes, sit down and write down what you learned from each relationship. Between her cycle and the energy, not enough to not just external, but in the house too. It's been tough. Oh man.
But did it ease it at all last night, Jack? And I already knew it was her cycle. And oh, I felt that energy in that house. Lord have mercy, do something with that. That's not a healthy.
Can you put a blue bubble of protection around her and keep it on there?
Yep. Please hold.
You passed out finally? Yeah. Darlene, you're resistant. So what if you write
Hmm.
down and right? We'll talk about this next week. I'm giving you homework. Write down everything you've learned with every romantic relationship you have. What have you learned from your relationships with your parents? What have you learned with your relationships with your children? What have you learned with your relationships from your sister? Okay. And I want you to write down also what attracted you to each one of your romantic relationships. He taught you what true love was. If he taught you, okay, if he taught you what true love was, honey, you guys would be together now. He didn't teach you what true love was.
He taught you what it could be.
Yeah, maybe gave you an idea of what it could be at some point in time, but
Yeah, he taught you what it could be. But the thing is, was this your expectations?
What the heck is going on in your house, Jack? Good Lord.
True love is unconditional self-love to grow as a spiritual being having a human experience. Yes, exactly. Exactly. And we were talking about this earlier, huh, Jojo?
we were.
Yeah.
Jojo, yours is the. We both know who yours is. Okay? Okay.
So Darlene, what you're doing is you're putting up these blocks, and the universe is gonna keep banging against those blocks and create a mess for you. Okay.
We know who what is my true love.
No, that cord.
Oh well,
not, not, not that one.
you know, there's honestly there's no telling.
Oh, yeah, there is.
Well, it may be for you, but I guess what I mean by that is there might be a way to tell, but it's uh, it doesn't matter who it is. I mean, whether someone's spying on me or doing whatever, which I mean, I can see them doing that, but
Very odd.
it's 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 not going to affect the outcome of what I do.
No. But it just needs to be removed, so
Yeah.
call in your healing team while I work on the kitty cat. Hmm.
But if you do not clear that, all that stuff, Darlene, and everything that comes up around it, I feel like the next 9 months is going to be hell for you, girl. I was going to say a year at first, and I heard no, 9 months.
Hmm.
Oh my goodness. Okay, kids. Jojo is about to fall.
Jojo, I'll probe you later. That cord's coming out.
Okay, ma'am. I greatly appreciate it.
Yeah, I'm kind of tired myself too.
I'll sleep on my belly and make it easier for you. How about that?
Okay.
All right, my loves. Miss Darlene, Jack, Teardrops, everybody. Miss Casey, thank you for having us. Star, thank you.
Lots of love, Jojo.
Big thanks to Jojo. I'm gonna go get my water and crawl my moisturized butt into bed and do the rest of my beauty regimen. Get that sleep. Mm-hmm. Anyway, love to all. Y'all have a great night and namaste.
Good night.
Good night.
Jack, what's going on in the house? Because,
Darlene, I'm not playing with you, girl. You need to take your little stubborn vest off and work on this.
Because Jack, I'm about to put, you're about to have full grounding crystals from your ceiling to the ground. I don't even like it. It's just, ugh.
So the thing is, Darlene, you've got to focus at that self-love. You've got to focus on that. And it's something that you need. That's something that's important for you to find in this lifetime.
Y'all want to know something really weird? Not that I'm in here doing all this for Jack, but
I keep seeing for Darlene, I keep seeing a rose quartz crystal going back and forth.
Yeah,
forward,
it's
back.
circling. Well, I see it circling around her.
Yeah, yeah. And
Oh, okay.
something important for your soul to deal with now.
Well, Jack, how about I just help with that? Because as the Aquarius and where my Mercury sits, I'll solve it. At least in your room.
Newbie me, how are you doing?
And
you need to clear that. I'm telling you, Darlene, you need to clear that statement, or the next 9 months are going to be such a challenge for you.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. There's something about Akashic Records.
Yeah, it's like between now and the end of the year is going to be a real trial for you unless you work on healing that. You have a big rose quartz. Maybe you need to be wearing it. Maybe you need to be wearing one, but I see it going. It's almost like tick tock, tick tock, tick tock, tick tock. It's like time is flying by. I just it's like
what's that song?
Tick tock.
Didn't June Carter sing and Johnny Cash "Time's a Wasting"?
I don't know.
That's what I just heard.
I watched a video today on Olivia Newton-John and Dolly Parton doing Jolene together. Oh,
I love that song.
Two angels singing together.
Oh, so you want to know what normally how I refill myself? And this is very odd. Most people completely different. When I come on here and I do this, this is like refilling myself. I don't know how. Yeah, I'm dead serious. It really does.
See, what happens with what we do,
If I don't get it out, it's like it drains me more.
okay, so with me, I think that because they were at, Jano was asking me earlier if I think it was Jano, if readings drain me. I don't feel like I'm drained, but I feel like the energy comes through me rather than from me. Does that make sense?
Yeah,
So if you come in here and you're doing this work, it's coming through you rather, and it's replenishing you also.
yeah. Because it's when I don't get to channel it or get it out or whatever, I'm holding it, so it's draining me because I'm holding it.
Good night, Judy.
Good night, Judy.
Yeah. So it's like there's a something's counting down, girl, and I'm telling you, it's you're gonna have a hard next 9 months unless you, yeah, unless you deal with that, hon.
Knew it was June Carter.
Yeah.
Hmm.
And I pictured buttons. I pictured that little spot smoothed out again.
Yeah, I went in and I did that. She's got a blue bubble with a white ring around her. Now I'm working on his huge quartz, clear quartz in all the four corners of his room. And I'm checking his closet again.
Oh, he's got like a light beam pyramid in his room.
Yeah,
Set
good
that?
luck on that coming into him.
Did you set that up intentionally, Jack?
I just did it.
Oh, you just did it? Yeah, because I see the four corners coming up to pyramid.
Yeah, I said good luck to them getting in through there with that power struggle and crap. My Mercury with my Aquarius and where it sits right there. No, I ain't having that.
What's
Stress
the
out my buttons. I think not.
what's the curveball, Jack?
Jack's moving.
Jack's moving?
I don't know. That's just what I heard. What? Wine, chalice, or wine with red wine, negative vibe. It's not red wine. It's not wine, actually. Hmm. It is red, though. That's blood.
It's definitely emotional. It's like you've been bled
That's
dry.
blood.
Yeah. Yeah. It's like you've just been bled dry emotionally. So, what were you just telling Darlene? Love yourself, Jack.
And I don't think that. Okay. I get it. Energy vampires. Literally. That's why they had me do the pyramid type thing. Your closet's sealed back up again, by the way. I don't know how they did that, but they chiseled a whole new door.
Do you have a Do you have a bright colored Pendleton blanket in your closet or somewhere in your room, Jack? Or do you have one? For some reason, I'm seeing one. You do have one? Does it have orange in it? And yellow? I'm seeing orange and yellow. It's almost like a sunset type. It's your dog's SX must. Oh, I've been learning remote viewing, Jack. That's really been proving interesting.
Okay. Jack, how's the energy now?
I almost see you moving to like a wood cabin.
That's really weird because I seen that too, but I wasn't. I seen when he's moving, I got like a log looking house. Like I didn't know what it was.
Exactly. Where everything's wood, the steps up. It's got like a little bit of a patio in front of the steps. It's all wood. I see him walking up the wooden steps into like a log building. Yeah.
I don't know where this is.
Do you have somebody that owns a cabin, Jack? You've been outside. Okay. But it's almost like a wood patio, old worn wood patio.
Well,
It almost,
Jack, apparently what you look at, we look at.
you were just looking at one on Zoom. Oh my God.
What do you know? As Teardrops would say, you can't hide anything from us.
I think that you're going to move into one. That's what I'm getting. And I think that it's a cooler climate than where you are now.
I actually see you smiling, which is it's good, but it's fairly odd.
Is it someone in the western half of the United States?
I see mountains and trees behind it. It's very, I don't know how to explain it. Cozy, kind of.
I feel it's still in the western United States. It's cooler than where he is now.
Mm-hmm.
It's like
But I see flowers.
I almost see. Jack, do you own a pair of cowboy boots?
That's I was gonna say, why do I see like horse trails and stuff? Like, I don't know, this is weird.
Almost like being a cowboy. They're not quite cowboy boots, but they're boots of some.
Oh God, that's an old song.
It's done with wooden interior. Colorado.
And someone here's not talking about something because is irritating me.
Southern Colorado, Jack? I almost feel like it's along.
I see like a river or a creek or something.
San Luis Valley? Kind of feeling. Whatever it is, you're going to get it. If you want it bad enough, you're going to get it. Does that make sense?
Oh. Powers. Mm. Jack took his power back. I don't know what you've been up to, Jack, but I'm proud of you.
Almost, it. You've been there in a past life. You've been in that area before in a past life.
I almost see like a native landmark type thing.
I keep,
Very.
I keep seeing him like a cowboy
I
with the spurs and everything.
know, and I keep hearing this song, Mamas, don't let your babies grow up to be cowboys.
Needle Rock area near Crawford. Crawford's in southern Colorado, right? Isn't that down near the New Mexico border?
Hmm.
Let me look. Crawford. Needle Rock, Crawford, Colorado. South Smith Fork Ranch.
Hmm. Button should feel better.
I'm trying to see where that is because it's almost like I've been there.
The spot is smooth backed out, and I gave her some Topomax.
It's West Elk Mountains of Colorado, western edge. Delta, yeah, it's down. Yeah, it's down south, Delta County.
Hmm.
It's what, about 5 hours from Denver?
So, what else have I missed now that I've worked on? Well, no, there's one more, but it's okay.
Midway between Durango and Grand Junction. Yeah, yeah. But is it in like a little valley? It's almost like they grow peaches in that area. And I feel like 2 years ago I drove through that area camping and stuff, and the water levels were really low in the lakes down there.
Well, she should feel a lot better now. Because it's been how long since we did that the first time? Couple months, I know.
If you really want it, Jack, you're going to get it. Let me put it that way.
So maybe every few months I need to go in and check that area.
Yeah, because I showed that it's like she gets this little,
It's like a little pointy.
like a spur, a bone
Yeah.
spur, it's like along the skull on the inside, and it irritates the brain.
I gave her Topomax, so that should help with seizures. And she's got the blue with the white ring around it, bubble around her. So the energy shouldn't bother her that much anymore. And if it does, I guess I'm going to travel farther than your room next time.
It might be a stone house with wooden interior, but it's still got
It looks
wooden. It's like well worn wooden steps and area out front. And I keep seeing you wearing boots. It falls in line with the initial, because being her head was slammed in it. Yeah.
yeah. Well, I mean, I'll go in every few months. I don't mind it. Plus, she left me. And somehow, I don't know how the cat did it, but the cat called for me last night. Very odd. Never had an animal actually call for me. People, yes. Animal? Nope.
So is that place in like a valley? It's almost like it's flat lands, and but there's some hills in a couple places around it. She's been sleeping with you. Yeah, poor baby. So Tinky had got a scratch on her eye. The scratch healed, but it left like
A sty.
yeah, on her brow. How do you get rid of that? Like a
Mm,
little round lump. I put some triple antibiotic stuff on it. So the little brat wiped it on her bed and then licked it off her bed and ended up with a hell of a stomach ache.
okay, do you have antibiotic eye drop?
No,
Mm,
I do have some colloidal silver, but colloidal silver can't get in the eye, so I'd have to be careful with that.
yeah, no, don't use that. Mm, regular eye drops?
I did try putting some, yeah, because it's like eyebrow area on the outside.
Yeah, regular eye drops for like red or like itchy or runny red. You know what I'm talking about? Like allergy eye drops.
Uh,
Mm-hmm.
that'll help the abscess.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. But I put some honey on it for a couple nights.
Honey works too. If she'll leave it there. But if she won't leave it there, then the
Oh my God. She licked up that triple antibiotic stuff. And I said, oh my God, what am I going to do? Have to take her into the emergency room. I looked it up because she kept laying next to me. She was absolutely miserable. I said, it's been quite a while since she had a stomach ache. So I gave her some ginger. She still wasn't feeling good. So a couple hours later, I gave her some more. And then she was sitting up all night long. And then
mm,
about 5 in the morning, she finally laid down and went to sleep after I gave her the third dose of ginger. Yeah. Does Buttons go outside? It's almost like I see her taking one or two steps and looking around in a new area.
yeah. Very odd.
Never. It's like I see her walking, put a leash on her, Take her for a walk.
Not now, though.
Not now.
No. All the tomcats will be surrounding you.
Oh yeah. But I mean, I'm seeing grass and her walking, sitting out in the grass and looking at it like, what is this?
Hmm.
Interesting. Anybody else want anything looked at remote viewing?
Heck, why not? Let's do me, because I don't want to not hear 15 times I know. Yeah, I was going to ask you earlier, but
Is there an older 4-wheel drive vehicle on the property that's kind of been lifted?
it's not currently here now, no.
Okay. But there's a one that comes over and it's been lifted a little bit,
The truck?
the truck. Okay. And it has straw on the back of it?
Yeah. Oh, hey.
It's almost like I see it parking on the side of the house.
Oh, it's probably going to have to. We got 30 days to get off the farm now.
You got 30 days to what?
Get everything off the farm.
Why, did they have to move?
Yep.
Because she's selling it,
Yep.
even though your mom can't find the papers.
Oh, no. Here's the catch, though. Anybody who buys it, it's bound by premise ID. They can't put animals on it.
And how many acres is it?
Close to 300 and some.
What are they going to do? Build houses on it?
No, it's in every will that was ever made. It is to remain a farm for a life.
But they can't have any more animals.
No, because the premise ID goes down to as far as my child's 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 child. It is forever Boggs's Rolling Acres.
But yet they're making you move.
Yep. Because she's that dumb. She doesn't comprehend.
So where's everybody going to move?
Oh, I don't know. I haven't even went that far in my brain yet.
Girl, are you going to end up moving in at grandma's?
Oh, no. It's just the farm. It's just 34 years worth of stuff on a farm that we've leased. Literally 34 years.
Well, I keep seeing straw or hay
Yeah,
on the
they
ground.
bring it here. My grandma's got goats, so my brother will bring it. Right now, he's got the truck because he's working, and where he works, he has to have the truck, which is, don't even get me started on that one.
It's almost like I see cement steps walking up to the house a little bit.
Yeah, there's two.
Is there like flower beds on the side?
Yeah. Well, I didn't want you to remote view the house. I wanted you to check me for cords.
I know, but I'm being drawn there for some reason.
Oh, well, let's see. What would that be? Oh, because I was complaining about the sidewalk not being wide enough, probably.
So what are you driving back and forth taking Cheyenne in?
The car.
Yeah. Okay. I see you sitting in the hot seat.
Imagine that.
Oh my God! It's like your little buns are sitting on something hot.
Oh, it's probably because my eyes been lit on fire, like lit on fire. I'm waiting on 2 nurses. Oh, they gonna pop up. Because I never bothered to tell these 2 that I actually know. And I'm actually in the medical field. I made a purpose not to tell them. And I asked them for 2 weeks to do a urine sample on my mother, and they didn't.
Okay, why do I see acorns around you?
I don't. I don't know. What the hell's an acorn mean? Someone look at acorn.
An acorn.
Code Red 9.
An acorn is also a seed. Let me look. What does an acorn mean? Casey. Casey getting noise. I was just drawn there, Jack. I was just going with it.
Well, apparently they were going to walk you straight through the house and then back to me, and then you can look at me. Well, we'll skip that part. I like the way that they work, but no, let's just get right down to the business here.
An acorn symbolizes strength and durability. Seemingly small beginnings will have the greatest growth potential. Do not underestimate the fact acorn represents the situations that are going to get better in your life. There is a need for reorganization that you must apply in your life.
I have been reorganizing everything.
This dream also shows a need to give someone a gift of something of relevance, whether that is financial or just emotional support. If you dream of acorns in general, there's a possibility that you're going to grow spiritually.
I haven't seen the word acorn. That's very odd now that I think about it.
You may need to ensure you carry through with goals you set during the autumn months. Acorns can mean fresh ideas and new business ventures. To see a small acorn growing on a big oak tree is a reflection of your true potential. To dream of observing acorns means new opportunities will present themselves soon.
Hold up.
So I saw acorns around you.
Yeah, so this is a spiritual meaning.
Okay. What else?
Because I think I see where that might be headed. I've not spoken on now. You get see. Yep, Jack.
Okay, so your third eye is glowing yellow.
Imagine that. What that mean? Someone help me here.
I don't know. It's supposed to be blue. Is it hiding something? Okay. It's definitely yellow. It's not gold.
What's odd? Wait a minute. My dragon's eyes are yellow.
Is it something not of her highest good? I'm not getting an answer on that. What else? Okay, are you having troubles with your gallbladder by any chance?
No.
'Cause I'm showing something behind the ribs on the right-hand side. It's on the inside of the ribs. Did you ever get kicked in that area?
Yeah.
Okay, because I was seeing a kick in that area.
Oh, no, I know what you're saying. So my mom has a lift, and my grandmother decided, well, we'll just tilt it, and it'll tilt her right back where she needs to be. Well, when she did that, the handle of it went right there. But I've been kicked there too by a horse, by a cow, you name it. I've been kicked everywhere.
God, I've been kicked and stepped on and abused and thrown and still love horses.
Oh, a cow kick is way worse than a horse, I promise.
Mm. Well, let's clear the hot seat.
Wait, what is the hot seat from? Let's question that for a minute, because I think there's more to that hot seat. And when you, pressure in my eyeballs now, what the heck?
But okay, so the hot seat is yellow like your third eye is.
Yeah, I got instant pressure in my eyeballs. What is this?
Teardrops is picking up pressure too. Jax, isn't there a nerve there? Gardenscapes. He's been collecting
Why?
acorns on a game.
Take them back. Lord, if they're making my yellow, take it back. What? Yellow is
Okay, so to the right hand is a shadow. It's not a hand, it's a shadow.
That's weird.
Are you having any pain or anything in the right hand?
My shoulder's been numb. You got to remember, I've had 2 operations
Yeah.
on my right shoulder, one on my left.
And that can affect your hand.
Oh, it does. They're numb.
It can cause carpal tunnel too.
Oh, I've had that for years now. Oh, I thought about my aunt and my pressure got even harder. What the heck is she doing?
Teardrops, are you picking up anything on the hot seat? I see your feet are barefoot. I almost see you in like summer shorts and a halter top.
I've been burning up.
I keep going back to the hot seat. It's changing from yellow to orange and back. Copper bracelet eliminates carpal tunnel.
I know. When I thought about my aunt, I got an instant.
Okay, I put a copper bracelet on her wrist, and I can see her hand now.
Are they putting me in the hot seat?
I've been burning up too, as you said. As you said, that fire truck goes by. Wondering if I'm picking up on you or you me. Okay, is this stars? Okay, yes. When I did her cards earlier, it's like she's going to explode. She needs to voice everything.
I have been. Oh, y'all don't even want to know the things I've said.
And what your grandma
Mm.
went through all this.
Oh, she's been on the fire end of it too. I mean,
I don't see any cords.
I know that's why I asked. I wonder if it's them putting me in the hot seat. Because the moment I thought about, oh, happens every time. The moment I thought about my aunt, I get this instant pressure right in between my eyeballs.
Well, I'm getting pressure in my chest for you too.
I don't feel that.
It's like tension. If you tried to lay down and work with relaxing your feet, relaxing your calves, relaxing your knees,
I'm actually laying here relaxed. That's the weird part.
relax your shoulders, relax your jaw, relax every little piece of your body. I don't feel any cords. The only thing I'm worried about is the hot seat.
I know. What other questions can we ask? I'm trying to think.
Jack says there is a lot of past energy coming back, not pleasant, on the property itself, like shit is gathering. I don't think we're picking up on hubby. This is when I asked, they said it was stars. You need to get some sleep though.
Yeah, but I can't because I can't get past this
Okay.
hot seat and this pressure right in between my eyeballs is like it's there. And I thought if I released my downloads, I'd get, but nope.
Ground yourself again. Whoa. Felt the shift.
Okay.
You felt the shift with that.
I've put double grounding cords on myself. That's how many downloads I've been getting.
Wow. I have just been totally exhausted, sleeping. I get up, let Tinky out anywhere from 3 to 5 in the morning, 3 to 6 in the morning, and then go back to bed till probably about 11. But I'm actually sleeping. That's what's awesome. I'm actually sleeping.
So, okay, so if I ask, is the hot seat from them? What happens to it?
It's almost like it's a little bench.
Did they binge me?
No. It's almost, this is something from a long time ago because it reminds me of something from the 50s. It's like it's upholstered. It's like the walls are upholstered, they're only about this wide and the seat's only about that wide, but it's like it comes down like this and then it's like a bench, but it's all upholstered. And it almost reminds me of something from the 50s.
Well, good night, Jack. Thanks for sticking around and helping. No, I'm joking. Good night. I love you.
Yeah. Kind of like a boil pre-explosion. He's still healing. Yeah. Kind of like a boil pre-explosion. Good night, Jack.
Actually, I felt him when she said tightness in the chest. It is him that feels that.
So, have you tried the MTVSS on him, Teardrops?
Okay, so let me try this and then tell me what color my third eye turns.
Are you going to try the MTVSS?
Well, I did that earlier and apparently it's yellow now.
That's some powerful energy.
Well, that's what makes me wonder what the heck it did to my third eye and why I got a hot seat even hotter now. Like, and my dragon's been breathing down my throat since.
So,
And now my right side, I just felt
how long did you run the MTVSS and all the rest?
probably about 45 minutes.
Okay. So say this instead of okay, MTVSS and all the rest turn. Try the turn and see if that shifts any. Girl, this is some past life stuff that's coming up.
Mm.
Because I keep seeing something like scenes from the 50s. Or something your mom carried.
It's gotta be from her because I can tell you this ain't mine. Like, and if it is mine, it's something that they were putting me under. I'm tired of this hot seat. Look, I done did this 4 times. This makes the 4th time. I'm done with it. Okay, I'm done with it. No more. Wait a minute.
Okay, I see it receding now.
I just asked this is my daughter.
Yeah, it's like everything's black and white picture now. Is that just hiding it? No. Is it cleared? Yes. Something she for her mom? No.
For my child.
Is it cleared? Is it ancestral? No.
It's for my child.
Again, no.
No? Okay. Because earlier she was talking about how she was.
Grandma's got secrets. It's from grandma.
Oh, wait a minute. Is it from my grandma or is it from her sister, Reen, who passed? Who was just like me.
Grandma.
Okay. So, what's this? Oh. Okay.
Maybe that's why she's so hard on you. She sees herself in you.
Oh, yeah, because I said something. Okay, I'm going to tell you what I said to her. She pulled something. She got mad and she said something, and oh, the words that came up out of my mouth. Mm. She said, "Well, I'm a Leo, so and I said stop because let me tell you, I'm a Leo rising, so no matter how loud you roar, I will always roar louder. Do you understand?"
And what'd she say?
She didn't know what to say. She just got pissed. It was like an instant shutdown for her. No one's ever done that.
Is everything cleared? Okay, let's add some color back.
Pressure is gone from my third eye. Is it still yellow?
No, no.
Oh, so it was because I pissed her off.
Could be.
It was. It's because I told her no matter how loud you roared, I can roar louder. Oh,
That,
Lord have.
that's why you were in the hot seat.
I don't care. Like, it was ridiculous what she was bitching about. She told my mom to shape up and to stop crying.
She's scared.
Exactly. That's what I said. I was like, do you know what it's like? No. And then she said, well, Sherry never cried. They're not the same people. They're not. You can't compare them. And then, well, I'm a Leo, blah, 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 blah. That set me off. It was one of those, okay. Well, guess what? I'm a Leo rising. So no matter how loud you roar, I'm going to roar louder and you're never going to like it. So, And you think you're going to get the last word today, but I promise you, you won't. We got all night.
I think you need to anchor to the star chakra, to the earth chakra. You need
Anchor?
to anchor to it.
I mean, I've got 2 chords going to it. I don't want
I feel for the next couple months you need to anchor to it.
to. Okay.
If you just wrap around it or with a anchor and chain or something like that, I think that it'll help with your downloads too.
Yeah, I'm going to put a clear quartz crystal anchor. That way it still comes through, but it's still there.
But I feel like you're pretty clear. You've been keeping yourself pretty. I think the downloads are keeping you clear.
I mean,
So I would ask that everything from the downloads that's coming in that would be beneficial to the situation with your mother be brought to your awareness now.
well, that's like, okay, look, I asked for that, right?
Mm-hmm.
And they gave me a dream, and I don't dream often, but when I do, they make sure that I'm fully aware that I'm dreaming when I dream. Like in my dream, I'm going, hey, I'm dreaming. Like I'm questioning this. Like I know I'm dreaming. Why am I even talking to you? Like,
So you're dreaming. You should be able to influence the dreams too.
oh, I do, but here's the funny part. I had a dream after I asked that, and I went over to help Mom stand up. Now, she cannot walk right now. Like, she cannot get up. She can't do nothing. But I went over to help her get up, like, stand up. And she got mad. She's like, what are you doing? And my first instinct was just to say, where's the habit? And she looked me dead in the eyes and she was like, well, get a new habit.
Ooh.
Okay.
Ooh.
So my first thought was, it's gonna get rough, but she gonna pull through this. Cause she got that spunk back, and she still has that spunk.
Ever since the blood transfusion.
No, well, I mean, she still has it now.
Hmm.
Like, she's cussing the nurses out down there. She told one nurse yesterday, "You got one chance. If you can't get my vein, you will not stick me again, nor will you fish. Do you understand?" Like,
I really feel like she's got somebody's blood that had spunk. And we talked about this before.
mm-hmm. But it was that dream, and ever since, but then, when was it? Not last night, the night before, I woke up hearing that song that I heard, not this January, last January. I Rise Up by Andrea Day.
Hmm.
I woke up hearing it again in my head, and I was like, okay. So, I don't know. Unless I'm granted.
So what kind of stuff did she order to start using?
There's a tea that she's ordered.
Essiac tea?
I can't even tell you the name of it right now.
Ojibwa?
No, it's like it's ginger something turmeric, but it has cayenne and something root. And she named all of it off. Oh, it's ginger peach turmeric tea with cayenne and ginseng root and like different. It's supposed to be cancer killing. Uh, she's got she ordered stuff to make magnesium lotion. She's been using and eating so much raw honey, it's crazy. Which raw honey, I mean, it does do a lot.
Yeah. But
I mean,
right now what she's doing is she's actually feeding the candida that she's got because she's killed off all the good bacteria.
oh, I know, and that I'm like, you need. She's like, I need probiotics. I was like, no, you need prebiotics and probiotics. They're different. She just looks at me.
I used to have the original recipe for the Essiac. Oh, where's
And then we had 80-degree weather. 80. For the past 2 days, 3 days. And then it snowed. So my allergies are everywhere.
Yeah, I've been sneezing like a son.
But that's so weird. Oh, I get it. Huh. The remember who you are, step into your power, and then that happened? The hot seat? My grandmother has to be in control of everything and everyone at all times.
She's got a lot of fear.
Oh, you have no idea. But I challenged it. Hence the hot seat.
Yeah.
But I've
Yeah.
always challenged it. So, anything else? Or is that it?
I didn't see anything else, but I was trying to see if I could find the recipe, the original recipe.
I am kind of wondering about this right thing on.
I don't like your cough.
Well, it's my allergies.
Your chest sounds kind of tight.
Yeah, I've been taking all my allergy medicine, and then I felt it coming, so I started taking my antibiotic because if they bring mom back tomorrow or the next day, I can't be contagious. So I'm like, mm-mm.
Ah, I think I found it.
But I'm trying to think. It's my right side, but it's not my ribs. It's like right below. Every now and then I'll feel like this tug, like somebody's tugging on me.
Okay, so there's two recipes, 4 herb and 8 herb. The, the 4 herb is 1.5 pounds burdock root, 1 pound sheep sorrel, 1/4 pound slippery elm bark, 1 ounce Turkish rhubarb root. The other one is 1.5 pounds burdock root, 1 pound sheep sorrel, 1/4 pound slippery elm bark, 1 ounce Turkish rhubarb root, 1 ounce blessed thistle, 1 ounce kelp, 1 ounce red clover, and 1 ounce watercress.
Hmm.
But I swear to God, girl, this guy started using it. This is doctor in San Francisco started using it because he had 179 AIDS patients on their deathbed. He pulled 5 of them off of all the drugs, put them on nothing but Essiac, and they're the only ones that survived. They regained weight, looked like they'd never been sick a day in their lives.
Wow.
And that was on their deathbed from AIDS. He figured if it could do that for cancer, what could it do for AIDS?
Hmm.
So if you could talk her into that.
Yeah, well, actually, she talked about a lot of that actually. So I'm thinking, I wonder if she ordered that because I remember she was talking about the rhubarb, and then the only reason I remember that is because she has a rhubarb plant. She was talking about transplanting it.
It clears toxins from the body and cleanses the liver. But yeah, Ruth Kasich, she um, started treating cancer patients with it.
Hmm.
So
I'll send it to her.
yeah, I just sent it on.
I got it.
Yeah. Yeah, and I would rather do it myself, or if you're going to buy it in the bottle already pre-made, I would double whatever they're telling you because they water shit down.
Oh yeah, I know.
How are you feeling, Teardrops?
Yeah, how you feel? Hmm?
Have you ever got in to get checked, hon?
Oh.
So one of the things I want you to do, Stars, right here on your hand, right in
Oh.
here, okay?
Mhm.
Right in here somewhere, you're going to find a little bit of a sore spot. I want you to squeeze that for a couple minutes, okay?
Okay, what's that do?
It should shift. It should shift your sinuses and your allergies. And I forgot where the other one was, Teardrops. Where was the other one I sent you? Oh, take your thumb, squeeze both sides of it,
Mhm.
and hold it for a few minutes. That
Hmm.
will also open up your sinuses and help with your allergies. But on both sides of your nail, make sure you squeeze it. And it doesn't matter which hand. That's part of acupressure. Yeah, the thumb. Yeah. But yeah, if you can get that book, The Biology of Belief, for her, I would also look for a used copy of the yeast syndrome because that might be one of the reasons that she's crying because that the intestinal tract is so darn out of balance now, you know.
Oh, it's so far.
Yeah. And okay, do you have any cod liver oil? Can you get some cod liver oil?
I was thinking I do have some.
Okay, so what you're going to do is you're going to get some kind of flannel.
Oh, I did that, and then she was good for 2 or 3 days.
You have to do it every 2-3 days, okay?
Well, and then she refused because she got mad.
So make sure you put some plastic wrap over it so you don't get the freaking castor oil all over everything. And then put the heating pad on it for about 45 minutes, right?
Mhm.
I would move it over. Was it her kidneys that she's got it in now? I would put it over
Yeah.
her lungs, her liver, and wherever else, lower abdominal, everything,
Kidneys, lungs, you name it, it's pretty much went.
because they fooled around. They didn't know what the hell they were doing.
But it still makes me question if it is because I've scanned her every day. I don't see it. I still don't see it.
I don't see it either.
Exactly. See my point? And how my dad told me on their front porch that she looked way better here than she had ever looked up there. Okay? And then he came down here and said it to my mother. The only thing that I insisted, the only reason I was persistent that she was going to the doctor was because of where she has that catheter. I did not like, I don't, maybe the last 2 weeks, every once in a while, I would see like a reddish tint. And I'm like, that's not normal. And I told those nurses, and they didn't do nothing about it. So I was like, you know what? You got a doctor's appointment coming up? Okay. Because, I mean, there's nothing I can do about it here.
Yeah.
So, but she didn't need blood this time until 2 days of spending it in the hospital. Then she needed blood. But when she went in, they did blood work. She didn't need blood. She didn't need platelets. She was fully hydrated. Tell me, what do they do down there that just drains everything?
Yeah. Well, I would get back on the castor oil. So when you get done with the treatments, don't wash the cloth. Fold it up and put it in a bowl with a lid on it.
Mm-hmm.
Every time you go to do it again, just add a few drops here and there because it'll spread out, and just keep doing it every 2-3 days.
Well, that's, I mean, even when I turn her upside down, I do not
Because
see it.
I think that's what started shifting me sleeping better, because it detoxes the liver and stuff and helps you sleep better. So yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I turn her upside down. Nope. I still don't see it. It's not there. It's not where they say it is. It's in the exact same location it's always been.
Have you seen the X-rays?
Mm-hmm. I mean, I've seen the pneumonia that she's got,
Yeah.
but nothing. I don't see anything else.
Well, I would definitely do the castor oil packs, and yeah, and the Essiac, or whatever else she gets. And just remember that when you do the Essiac, in the mornings you have to do it 2 hours before you eat. And then at night you have to do it 4 hours after you eat.
Okay, well, I know that she has to eat with her antibiotic, and she takes it at 8 a.m.
So she'd have to take it about, well, I don't know about the antibiotics, but she definitely needs to take it on an empty stomach.
Well, yeah, no, I'm saying she has to eat with the antibiotic, so,
So she'd have to do it 6 in the morning.
yeah.
And it's like, if you make it yourself, it's 2 ounces. If you buy it in the bottle, it's 4 ounces. And I think it'd be a heck of a lot cheaper to make it yourself, and you'd know the strength too. So yeah.
Hmm.
Well, you got the recipe now. Put it in order. So she'll be home either tomorrow or Sunday.
Yeah.
She's still calling you a little biatch.
Oh, no. She was only saying that because she asked me at the last minute, knowing that I had to go pick Cheyenne up the exact same day. She asked me to take her to her doctor's appointments, and I was like, Mom, we've talked about this for the last week, and you've never said anything to me about it. Dad's taking you. And that's when she started pouting and throwing her fit, and I'm like, that doesn't work with me. Stop it.
Reversed roles. You're the parent and she's the child now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, I tell her all the time, like, I gotta walk away. I'm walking away. Let me know when you're done.
Yeah.
And she's just like, walk away. I'm like, okay, Grandma, I'm walking away. It's your turn. And that pisses her off even more. I don't care. It's better be pissed off than pissed on.
Yeah,
I mean, I know that sounds horrible,
I know,
but
but I understand what.
it's better than,
So,
you know.
so my daughter, my oldest daughter, her former father-in-law, her stepfather-in-law, um, he helped raise the boys. He had the boys involved in all kinds of sports and stuff. So the last few years, so my former son-in-law had four stepbrothers, right? And then my son-in-law had a little half brother. So Rich came down with Alzheimer's, and they've all been watching him go downhill, right? So the last few months he's been in the hospital, and they were all getting ready to go say goodbye to him, and my oldest daughter was the first one there. She walked in that room and she just about died because it smelled so bad. She said, "You guys have been taking care of him. He needs a bath. He stinks." They said, "No, go look at the records. We gave him a bath yesterday. He's just passing gas." She says, "No, he stinks. You better be doing something. Everybody from the family is coming down to say bye to him today." They went down and filed a complaint. So by the time my daughter's like a tiger. Her husband brought her out there. He says, "I got to get you out of here." Attack the nurse and go to jail. Getting real sarcastic with her. So the next one was one of his nieces. She's got a hot head as my daughter is. She says, "Yeah, they were giving him a bath when I got there." She said, "Wait outside." She said, "But I could still smell how bad it was, after they gave him a bath,
Mm,
but they figured nobody was coming up to visit. They didn't have to take care of it." And that was at Denver General Hospital. And it's like, what the hell? I would rather go quick than go through shit like that.
yep.
That's not cool at
I
all.
mean, I've been doing that. When mom got her skin was like alligator skin. I'm not joking. It was like they didn't do nothing. I was like, this ain't gonna work.
Yeah.
Oh, mm, 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 mm. Her bed sores were almost healed. I want them to be worse when she comes back. I want them to have been worse just in these last few days. Oh, they better pray.
When they put me in the hospital in December, they made me turn all over to see if I had any bed sores or anything. I said no. I'm usually up mobile and running around and doing things.
But I keep mom moving. Like I make her roll, I make her do stuff, and I even get her up, put her in the chair, and they weren't doing that. They were just leaving her in the bed, which was pissing me off.
Well, they were making sure that I was getting up and sitting down and watching. I couldn't watch TV and where they had the chair was, but I was mobile and getting up, going to the bathroom by myself, and they made me walk stairs and everything to make sure I was okay, and rolling their eyes because my son said I needed to go into assisted living, and it's like, yeah, just because you don't want any responsibility for me,
Mm.
and yeah, just because my youngest son's wife worked at assisted living, Oh yeah, it costs what, $6,000 a month to be in assisted living,
Yep, sure does, if not more.
if not more. Oh yeah, you guys are all going to pitch in $1,000 a month. You know, don't think so. And Brandon says, well, you'd have a social life. You'd have people to associate with and stuff. And I said,
And I can promise you that most of the caregivers there do not care.
I thought, you know what? I'm Joe was teased because when him and his wife were at the hospital, nurses were talking spirituality, right? He goes, can't stop being a, can you?
Mhm.
I said, no, I would never go out with anybody in assisted living because they'd all think I was nuts. I remember probably about 15 years ago, we visit at a senior center in Parker, and I was they were talking about some illnesses and stuff, and I was throwing out some herbs and stuff to use, and this one lady turns around and looks at me and she goes, "You're interesting to talk to."
Mhm.
I said, "That's funny." Oh my God. But yeah, even my doctor, when we were talking about, about the castor oil packs, it detoxes the body. Because my doctor goes, man, medicine has sure changed a lot since we were kids. We used to use castor oil packs for bronchitis and pneumonia and constipation, and it's just yeah, detoxes the body. So yeah, might be just what she needs. Maybe you might need a couple heating pads.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I was thinking I've only got one.
Yeah, and put one upper, one lower, and maybe throw it on the back too.
Yep.
Yeah.
But no, I'm starting to get sleepy.
Yeah, you need to go get some rest. I gotta get this dog out so she can go potty and we can go to bed, and yeah.
Well, it was fun. We'll do it again in maybe a month or two. No, I'm joking.
Well, your energy feels better since you came in.
Yeah, I'm not like holding downloads. It drowns. Like it just drowns me literally.
You have a good night, 2 teardrops, and you might hold your hands above his chest and run that MTVSS turn.
Yeah. Oh, maybe above his head too might help with the sarcasm
Do the
when you do it.
do the turn instead of activate. MTVSS and all the rest turn. And see if the turn works better than the activate.
The turn works best for me.
Because I keep giving waves of like pressure across my chest.
Or
So
yeah, I know I'm getting them. I think that's why I keep doing that.
yeah. Yeah.
But yes, good night.
Yes.
And I've missed y'all.
Yes, it's good to have you back, hon. We've been worried about you. And everybody's been
Yeah.
worried about you, so yeah.
Well, they're supposed to send in. I don't know if they're really going to or if my mom's going to allow it. They're supposed to send in someone to help me. Now, whether that actually happens or not, we'll see.
Yeah. Well, you got a list of things to do, you know. I would definitely get her going on the castor oil packs while she's waiting for all the other stuff too. So yeah.
Yeah, it's just getting her stubbornness out of the way. Like she needs to let the ego go. There it is. And I told her that one day, and she just looked at me like, "Oh, did you just?" Yes, I did. I mean, I can't take it.
I know. I know. It's hard. It's and that's one of the hardest lessons to learn is when does somebody, really want to do the work and not do the work. You know.
Well, that's what I tell her all the time. You want to come back and you want to relive this, but it'd be 10 times harder? No. But it's up to you. Hey, whatever you want to do. I know I'm not going to do it, but you can do whatever you want to do.
Yeah.
And she just looks at me.
I'm not going to volunteer to come in and help you do this again.
Oh, no. I ain't coming back. I'll be the one throwing rocks at your head, though.
I'll help you from the other side.
Yeah, I'll be the one throwing all those crystals and rocks at you going, should have paid attention last time, huh?
Yeah.
But,
All right, ladies, have a good night.
yes, you too. Good night. I love you both and everyone else.
Yeah, we've had one lurker.
I know.
Or two. Yeah. All right, everybody have a good one and namaste.
Good night.
Good night.